Get ready for the PUBG Mobile Super League we all have been waiting for. The teams that have qualified will gather in Katowice, Poland, where the tournament will be held, and teams will face off against each other on the live stage from May 15th to the 9th of June. So let's take a closer look at how the tournament will progress. We start off with the league stage, which will last a total of 3 weeks. Every week we'll have 5 match days, consisting of 6 matches per day. 20 teams will be divided into 5 groups, and each group will play 4 out of 5 play days. Teams are awarded with bonus points based on their placements after each week. In the second and third week, the groups get reset and are grouped based on their weekly placement points. The top 16 teams at the end of the 3 weeks based on their combined score of each week will be moving on to the finals, where they will compete for the title. Additionally, half of the bonus points they've earned in the league stage will be added to the finals, giving them a crucial head start going into the finals. The finals are spread over 3 days, where they will play 6 matches per day. The top team at the end of the tournament will be crowned winners of PMSL EMEA Spring 2024. Additionally, the top 4 teams will also be moving on to the PUBG Mobile World Cup 2024 group stage, whereas 5th place will be moving on to the survival stage. The pressure and stakes are higher than ever, so tune in and watch your favorite teams and pro players live in action on May 15th.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Let's kick things off here at the PMSL EMEA for the last day of week 2. We are right up until the end of it. It's day 5, and we are ready and raring to go. We've got Sandhawk up first, of course. It's going to be hectic. It's going to be interesting as well to see how many teams are going to look to leapfrog the teams that aren't playing today in those standings, get those bonus points on board.
Yeah, it all looks a little bit weird right now because I think some of our top teams weren't able to put up such a massive performance that they really took the lead in a big way that is difficult to catch up. Like last week, what we saw with IWNRX, we're sort of in this weird position where a lot of teams with 18 matches could potentially get above one another. If you want to get on top of this content, though, check out our socials just underneath me and John right now on your screens. It's all happening. It's all popping up there.
It's going away soon. You better check it very quickly. Come on. I see you.
You're never going to leave.
You're dilly-dallying. You haven't opened... Oh, it's gone. You missed it. You're never going to see that again. Ever.
For at least 2 days.
Until the end of the show, apparently. That's when we see it next. But yeah, make sure you're following out all those socials to stay up to date, because there has been plenty of goings on, including a record-breaking game from S2G yesterday, which I'm sure is going to be clipped for quite a while in those highlight reels. A massive, massive result for them. They got 20 eliminations and a chicken dinner. Didn't manage to get that MVP, though. They got called out instead.
Yeah, I think the 5k damage was kind of the crazy thing. So let's take a look at a couple of these highlights here from yesterday, because they were absolutely ridiculous kind of games that we saw. Lots of different teams performing very well. I think Moneymakers even able to get themselves a decent-ish game, which we haven't seen in a while. IWNRX even bringing things back up to speed, so they're in the running now. It felt almost like gentleman's agreement this week, where everyone was allowed to have their pop-off days, and now instead of us like having that day 1 be where people can, everyone's on equal playing field, it's now day 5. Everyone is at the same starting line, and everyone's looking to ladder up and get ahead of one another. But it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight towards the end of today.
Absolutely. I mean, at the top of the tables right now, Digital Athletics, and they're pretty free and clear of quite a lot of people looking to try and take that position away from them, right? Because you've got the next highest placing team that is playing today is Gladiators. The Digital Athletics are on 151. Gladiators are on 135. So it's not insurmountable as a gap, but it is quite a way. And beyond that, it's Power on 130 and Spirit on 129. It's going to be an interesting one to be sure. But there is always the brute force potential, because they had an incredible day 2 days ago. They sat out yesterday, but we know that they can put up big numbers if the day goes well for them.
Yeah, brute force sort of our comeback kids here in the tournament. Ridiculous day that they had. Sort of eclipsed by S2G's game now, which is quite funny, really. There's been a lot of awesome things happening during this week, which then the next day rolls around and suddenly something spectacular happens. It's no longer as big of a deal. So I think every single day this week has been extremely entertaining to watch, and I hope you guys at home have found it so too. Yeah, here you got IWNRX on screens. Getting actually into the end game, sort of a big deal for IWNRX. Not something we're able to see from them too often, but yesterday seemed to be a much nicer day for them. Let's take a look at our points system, how you will be racking up those kind of points during this tournament, because teams have been just doing it, but on separate days. But here you go. Bonus points be rewarded for finishing your finishing position in the league, right, in that week. We will be halving all these bonus points because we're mean at the end of this before we head to the finals. You can see there on the left side as well exactly how many points you're getting for each placement. That's just on the game.
I'm interested to know who's getting the other half of those bonus points, though. I feel like there's a conspiracy going on here.
Yeah,
we'll do some digging. I reckon it's Max and Jason. I think they're stealing the points. Pretty sure.
I was watching Max and Jason earlier, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Did they look like they had a lot of bonus points?
It did. Jason had his camera pointing down on his head so that you couldn't see where he was hoarding all the bonus points underneath him.
This makes so much sense. Oh my goodness, mate. Right. We're going to have to tell someone. We're going to have to tell someone indeed. But take a look at the overall rankings whilst we do that. Digital Athletics at the top, as I said before. S2G and Enigma Galaxy in a dead heat. We had a bit of a discussion yesterday about what that tiebreaker was that put S2G ahead. And it is in the event that the same chicken dinners, same placement points, same total points, obviously, as the first tiebreaker. it does go down to where they placed in the final match that they played. S2G placing higher than Enigma Galaxy in yesterday's final Miramar means that they sit in second place, meaning they could end up with an extra, well, they will actually end up with an extra bonus point at the end of the day, at least one, I believe. I'll be interested to know if we have another team that finishes on exactly this at the end of 24 matches, if there's an extra little layer to that, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, 3D Max also hitting 148. They obviously lost the tiebreaker there, but it's sort of a sad situation to be in for 3D Max because, you know, one more point and that's second place for you. If they were able to just get one more point after yesterday, big old leap on up. So for 3D Max, that one chicken dinner that they whiffed versus Twisted Minds, that would have cut it for them for a second place here at the start of day 5.
Absolutely. Could have been a big, big difference for them. Of course, 2 points is the swing, right? From being below S2G. So that 1 point translates into 2 bonus points, which translates back into one bonus point. Okay, yeah. So 1 bonus point for 3D Maxes was lost on that day. Gladiators couldn't quite keep up. Oh, of course, they're not even chasing today. It is going to be Power, who are 21 points behind Digital Athletics, the next highest team to look to push on up. Team Spirit and Brute Force bringing up the rear on that one.
Yeah, I mean, again, for DA, looking pretty good right now. 4 chicken dinners. It's been a hell of a week for them. Heading down the tables a little bit, this is where most of our 18 matches teams do lie. In fact, all of them. We do have 122 points for Besiktas, and then you have that drop-off towards IW NRX, who are on 108, but they have been climbing. They have certainly been climbing. And Virtus Pro coming back in today as well, hoping to get something done. Again, having the similar treatment that Enigma Galaxy had yesterday in the case that Virtus Pro wasn't playing, so Enigma Galaxy's rotations weren't as hampered because they play in very similar spots. Today, Virtus Pro will have to deal with Enigma Galaxy in a lot of their games, which will make their life easier, I'd say. And I think they had a pretty decent day on day 3.
Hopefully able to keep the numbers rising to the top. IWNRX, similar story for them. As we go to the bottom of the table, Moneymakers, the surprise entry here with Team Falcons, Heroic, and Na'Vi also in those last places. 17th through 20th. It's not, you don't get 0 bonus points for it, but of course, if you end up at the end of all 3 weeks on the overall rankings, which are spanning across all 3 weeks, then of course you will not be making it to finals. And every single one of these teams is going to have that on their mind. They're going to be looking to keep themselves alive in that, because there's a chance, if you get to those finals, that you can qualify directly to PMWC, as well as get a hefty chunk of the prize pool as well. But those WC qualification spots are very, very important.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to get towards that top side, not only to get the prize pool from the tournament itself, but just being in those qualifiers guarantees you a huge chunk more money. I mean, those are our 2 biggest earning tournaments of the year, PMWC as well as PMGC. So, you know, getting towards that Esports World Cup, very important these days.
Yeah, and you can see these teams on the road to the Esports World Cup from the 19th to the 28th of July. That will be happening later on this year. Our top team who will lift that trophy will, of course, be going into the group stages. The top 4 teams, in fact, will do so. And the 5th place team, whoever finishes 5th in the finals, will be going to the survival stages to join up with the teams that don't quite make it through the groups to see what they can do, to see if they have their last chance to make it on all the way through.
So a quick look at Brute Force's stats here versus DA. Pretty similar, to be honest with you. So for Brute Force, looking to get things re-upped here for their performance. I think it's just slightly behind here, but the average placements do make a hell of a difference here in terms of those placement points that DA's been able to get with a 22 minute and 41 survival time average. That is nutty, to be honest with you. That's, like we said, that's right there, average placement of 6th place every single game. But yeah, this is giving DA a lot of advantages in these matches just because they are quite decent with a lot of their rotations and comfortable to move through teams undetected, which seems to be a regular occurrence during this week, that they haven't had to take too many crazy fights just because they've been making some smart rotations.
And you've got to remember as well, DA had a little bit of a weaker day yesterday, and Brute Force are technically coming off of a very strong day, so maybe a chance to alter those scales to weigh them slightly differently and come up with a different conclusion. We'll have to wait and see, though, because Brute Force having that day off could also adversely impact them, and I think we saw that with potentially like Power Esports. I mean, they still had a fairly successful day, right? They're up on 130 points on their 18 matches played, but they didn't quite have the same presence that they were able to in, I think, day 2 was their big day for Team Power. So maybe Brute Force will lose some of the wind in their sails. Let's take a look at the maps that they will be playing today. Of course, first up, blank, it's Sandhawk, everybody's favorite. Then the triple Erangel to be the meat of our sandwich, and Miramar on top. There's a sprinkling of seasoning.
Just one piece of bread here from the Sandhawk. It's a bit more of a little bit of a toasty going on.
A croque monsieur.
A croque monsieur, exactly. No 7th match. It could be a croque madame if we count the TDM.
Oh, okay.
You know, the egg thrown on top.
Yeah, that's cool. Nice. Eggy TDMs. Let's go.
Eggy TDMs. Lovely. But yeah, so we will be heading over towards these games pretty shortly. Sandhawk start things off. Always a very quick map, so teams just get in, get things rolling almost immediately. Here are our groups for today. Group C, Group E, Group B, Group A in. We are losing some of those heavy hitters over towards that top side as they finished their week, sorry.
Yeah.
That's Nigma Galaxy, S2G, Gladiators, and help me out. 3D Max. There we go.
Yeah, they will not be playing. They are currently, as you said, towards the top of the tables in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th places. So the fact that DA have managed to outpace them with 6 fewer matches is definitely something that should be pretty scary to everyone involved on today's games. But they are vulnerable. We've seen that happen. So we're going to be looking out for them over the course of these games. The style that DA generally like to play is keeping people at arm's distance, finding those pickoffs, not going super aggressive on third parties, but liking to surround and take a high ground advantage position to get pickoffs on people going for third parties.
Yeah, they definitely take advantage of that quite a bit. You can take advantage of our survey that should be popping up in the chat very shortly to have an impact on the future of PMSL, EMEA, and just the PMSLs in general. Let us know your opinions on everything going on here. Like we always say, we want to know your opinions on everything to do with PMSL. And also, if you just want to throw in there what your favorite dog is, please do go ahead.
I would like to know that. I think personally, that's something I'd be very interested in, what everybody's favorite dog is in the chat. I don't think I'm going to get much value out of that, but we'll have to wait and see.
Maybe.
Who's your favorite dog in this race as well for the top spots of the PMSL EMEA? That is kind of what we're all here for at the end of week 2. God, not that again, please. Barky the dog. Oh dear. That's a throwback and a half.
That is.
Yeah, make sure you fill out the survey if you understood that reference, because that's quite an old one. Maybe a year.
It's an oldie, but a goodie.
Absolutely. Team Spirit currently at the top still of our overalls, spanning both these weeks as it stands, with 326 points. S2G behind them on 321, and IWNRX actually in 3rd place on 318 points. So those teams are going to be looking to push on up. Obviously, S2G not playing today means that IWNRX have a chance to jump up into 2nd place on the overalls. In general, though, it's a little bit less important where you are in the overalls, as long as you're above 16th place, as it is what bonus points you're able to accrue over these 2 weeks so far.
Yeah, I mean, the finals will have a big old impact, right? But at the same time, you are looking to just get in towards the top of the top 16, because right now, getting those bonus points are very important in terms of getting a 4th place, right? Getting towards that top 4, because it gives you a huge advantage to get towards PMWC. But if you are just a team chilling down towards the bottom of the table, just keep hitting those scores, get themselves a big day here and there. You just want to make sure you can get it in towards that top 16, because it is very possible to have an incredible for 3 days over those finals, and we are cutting those bonus points in half, so they're not as effective as they were last year, where we did have some scenarios where teams had a whole bunch of bonus points and practically sailed through the finals despite not having the best of performances.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously that advantage is there, but if you just outpace everybody in the end, you can just take that title away from them. Should you have the power, and that is what we enjoy with the reduced impact of those bonus points after Jason and Mac take their share. We'll be getting into the first match fairly shortly, but we're going to be waiting for that one for just a moment longer. We're biding our time. We're setting the scene for Sandhawk to be as hopefully exciting as possible. I think it was an interesting dynamic yesterday on our Sandhawk match. We had Gladiators in a very central compound, and then I believe it was Besiktas over on the high ground on the southeast side of them. And we were kind of going a little bit back and forth as to who we were in favor of. I think you were siding with the Gladiators. I felt a little bit more confident in Besiktas than I think you did. And in the end, Gladiators kind of did throw it away. But I think overall, Besiktas did have some pretty solid rotations earlier in that match to put them in the position to have that coin toss.
Yeah, and I think you weren't wrong to be confident in Besiktas. It was just one of those cases where, a second place, being confident in a second place, I completely agree with you there. Having faith in them going into that fight, I could also I wouldn't disagree with that either, but it is just one of those situations with that compound where Gladiators should have won that, which we could, bring that back a little bit, where Gladiators do get themselves into a fair few situations where they should win those fights. And honestly, maybe I should have seen it coming, John, after I watched the Gladiators get deleted by Falcons in a strong compound on Sandhawk before as well, where they could have won a game. But I forgot, and I just trusted in them to not make silly plays. And I think losing Tixie off like almost immediately when he made his cross way too late. I think that was the beginning of the downfall.
Yeah, maybe
for Gladiators. But yeah.
True. I mean, they did bring Meku back in at that point as well, and that was a bit of a shift. They'd gone with Frozen and AZ for a while, but they did go for a sub there. All of them, though, going to be playing on our official smartphone here at the PMSL EMEA. Of course, the Infinix GT20 Pro, trying to stand out, although Gladiators stood out in quite the wrong fashion in that Sandhawk match. It was Besiktas who stood out correctly with a strong
But they still stood out.
Absolutely. Either way, you're going to stand out with the Infinix GT20 Pro. We're heading into Sandhawk. Our first map is here. From Hartin down to Sami, the playing path is a little bit on the west, which shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yeah, most teams not going to be too displeased with this one. Again, for Sandhawk, sort of a map where anything goes in terms of playing path. You can get exactly where you want to go. It is nice for teams over on the northwest side to have their playing path start on that side, just because getting down and situated towards that side of the map early is really good for your future rotations. A lot of other teams that drop over towards this eastern side, a lot of times, 2 out of 3 times, they don't have to move too much because the circle isn't always over towards that northwest side.
See, some of our strongest players flitting across the left-hand side of your screen. Currently top knockouts. Lord from Nick McGalaxy. Oh dear, Moneymakers and RCB. We've seen this happen a couple of times now. The hot drop in Painan. Actually, maybe third-party tier by Virtus Pro, although they are split 2 and 2. RCB with Silas down. Going to want to try and rally around his position. The Moneymakers moving as a pair. Danger waiting in the wings, though. As a Vector sits lying in wait for Bishgate. Icy, though, on the high ground. And there's a worry. A UMP, every angle covered off. And another knock sent over towards RCB and a flush almost immediately. Another hot drop happening, I believe, Na'Vi and DA over towards Ruins.
Yeah, on that Ruin side, you've got Nico actually behind Na'Vi right now with a very north circle here, John. Supporting Brute Force, who really do need to get some strong games today, but are in a decent position to chase for that #1 spot. This is a weird fight coming through from RCB. Sad that Wild went down so early, considering he lasted so long on our last Miramar of the day yesterday.
That was quite an enjoyable watch.
Yeah, probably one of the best Snake plays we've seen in quite a while. I don't even think I'd call him a Snake, really, because he was pretty loud and proud from that position. Hitting some nutty nades. And dodging some crazy nades, too.
big problem for everybody else, I think is safe to say. That teams would have been much happier had he not been there. Except for his own team. Obviously, RCB pretty happy about that. Losing one player for RCB, they're going to try and evac south. Virtus.pro third-partied onto the Moneymakers from the high ground on the southwest side. And Bishkek did get knocked because of that, but it looks like everybody's disengaging here. DA lost a player, fully flushed away. And they are going to get a little bit of revenge. Yekta trying to transfer over to Gonzo, but goes for the point instead. Axa eliminated.
Yeah, it's actually a fairly decent transfer on the spray as well. Gonzo was able to get back in time. Coldex very close. The rest of DA slightly split off. Na'Vi hesitant. Actually going for this. That should have been a nice shot. The fact that he went for the second was maybe a bit too much.
Ooh, Coldex around the door frame with Gonzo on the inside. Spray with the UMP. Looks good. And finds the knock over onto Coldex. Now Nico trying to move into position. Trying to cover off his teammate. Punches low, and Gonzo wants to move back to Res 6 so that his teammate can heal. Smokes are blooming. He drops that for the cover, but in he goes with the Tommy gun around the edge. Looks for the shots, and there it is. A beautiful knock. Sees 2 points, probably confirmed at this stage. 6 wants to try and challenge, but the first aid is going all the time. And now the smoke that Na'Vi laid down is playing to the advantage of the enemy team here on DA. Puncher hopping on in, looking for the spray. He wants the res as well, but the numbers advantage still just adding up for DA. Puncher trying to hold forwards, hasn't got a res yet. Needs to if he wants the numbers with him.
It's a strange fight going through right now between both these teams. You'd imagine Onyx Ravens have heard this. They're playing on that northwest side. They're starting to move on the bridge now. Gonzo flushes out by Yekta. Puncher's not getting too much done here, I don't imagine.
Goes down. Onyx Ravens, they have moved across the bridge, but they aren't quite here to third party. Still have to res Coldex, so still may be vulnerable. But it doesn't look like the Onyx Ravens are going to go for it. They are going to instead try and get ahead of this, try and guard this out. The circle pops up northeast, hard up towards Tapmok, towards Paradise Resort. So we're going to be going out that direction, looking at some of the compounds around that area.
Yeah, finding more onto Onyx Ravens, actually. Goodness me. DA pumping points at the moment. Get below, though. Sally should find him. Got Coldex there on his belly. I don't think they have too many meds left remaining.
Oh, quite an early engagement.
Now for DA. Yeah, just the 2 players. Now the 1.
Gonna have a real tough time. There is a bandage for Coldex, as the rest of his team dearly departed. They should know he's here, but oh, that could have been so much more messy. I was ready for a Saleh Salads to be sprayed across the back of that building, but it wasn't going to happen. Unfortunately, the DBS put to sleep. The beast has been tamed, and Onyx Ravens still pretty far away from the circle, but they're going to have to figure out how to maneuver on this one.
Yeah, pretty open, actually, heading up towards the north side of the map as well. There's a fair few compounds on the south that haven't really been claimed, so you actually have a fairly decent chance in this game if you move up now. Just a sense, if you get that shift down towards the south side, it's still doable. Still very, very doable. Over towards the east, you got Besiktas. Alongside with Heroic, though, honestly, at this point, Heroic just haven't done enough to really warrant being any kind of threat. I think a lot of their points that they found this tournament have either been through sitting a compound towards the end of the game or picking up a couple of steals on the eliminations.
It's a replay from Vigas. This was the initial pickoff over towards DA that led to them crashing onto the compound. Losing Vigas in the process was unfortunate, but picking up the 4 points, a little bit happier for them to be able to wipe DA away on that. Or they only got 3, actually, because DA had lost a player earlier to their engagement with Na'Vi. Circle just about to pop again. Twisted Minds in Sami. Team Spirit right in the center. Foot Chaos as well. Kind of neighbors there. IWNRX playing in the middle. And Brute Force just a little bit further up north. as the next circle comes on in. It swings itself around the majority of those players already entrenched. Might give more value to Lumberyard to the southwest of Cal and some of those buildings there.
Yeah, I think over towards Tapmock side is a bit of an interesting one for a fair few teams. Do you really want to head towards Lumberyard early? Can give you big advantage in terms of getting in there and having the sight lines outwards. There's the compound over towards the eastern side, which I think Team Spirit are looking at right now. I think they're also sort of confused there's no one in there. So they may pick that up eventually, but they will have to be quick about it because Power's on their western side. Moving in slowly but surely. Twisted Minds taking the Enigma Galaxy approach. Still in Sami.
I mean, if it works, right? But does it
It
work?
hasn't been working.
But does it work is the question. Yeah, it really kind of hasn't for the Galaxy.
Let's adopt Enigma Galaxy's playstyle that netted them 0 points on the majority of the games they went with it, and have now switched off from playing that playstyle. It's an interesting choice from Twisted Minds. Not one that I agree with.
If there's a team that could do it, I feel like Twisted Minds might be it. They are in a little bit of an odd spot in this tournament, right? Overall, they haven't been doing the best, but when we have seen them be at their strongest, it's been in these weird third-party engagement positions where they catch people by surprise, potentially trying to play in this style could play into their strengths of capitalizing on curious third parties.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting into those third parties right now, which is going to be a difficulty. They're about 5 kilometers right now away from any team.
Quite a way. 'Tis true. 'Tis true.
Power does take that initial knockover towards Tapmock, though. And I like where Team Spirit set themselves up. It's a slightly dangerous approach on that south side. In terms of there is the run out available, I think they're sort of banking on teams in Paris Resort and not leaving at this point in time, just in case you do get a shift down towards the south. Suddenly you have a really strong position. A lot of high ground to be played on those buildings too, John. So yeah, Team Spirit just holding on that south side, on that split, trying to create some interesting angles for Power to deal with.
Oh, Haji. He's ready for a challenge, but isn't going to find the shots just yet. Effect. Back behind cover now, as the door frame is very much covered off. RCB, they lost a player early over in that Pioneer engagement, but they have managed to extract themselves from it. However, Silas is once more down. Will need a rescue, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as that. Fireflux playing on 3, right on the south side of this next circle. Very low HP bars on both of those players far off. Solus and Ketch having a tough time of it. Just trying to get through. Try to find a spot for the next circle to play on. Meanwhile, on the eastern side, Besiktas, Virtus Pro, Falcons all fighting it out for a chance to push in on the eastern edge.
Virtus Pro coming up on Heroic, Falcons, Besiktas. Bit of a crunch here. And
Ooh.
dang, that is a circle. I mean, for a lot of teams, again, I was slightly confused why people hadn't taken up residence over towards this side. Really only Power and Team Spirit thought to do something like this. Even Cow being open. For Brute Forces is probably good news because they can re-wrap back up towards Cow. They know that the rotations are absolutely free. They've just been through there. Yeah, there's some very interesting compounds here, John, right? You know, because you've got Lumberyard that you talked about. Team Spirit taking a compound that I don't see a lot of teams actually taking advantage of, but is a great one. And also Brute Force on that north side in Cow.
There is going to be quite an interesting dynamic to be going on with Brute Force. Are only 3 players, though, it has to be said. Onyx Ravens out on the west edge as well, playing on those hills. Going to be an interesting position for them to try and navigate, although I'm not entirely convinced about its strength. They can play on the coastline for a while. In the meantime, over on the east, over towards Mong Nai, we've seen Falcons, we've seen Besiktas, we're seeing Heroic, actually, as well, potentially third-party this, but everybody out here having a pretty tough time. Besiktas getting the better trade-off right now, having not lost anyone just yet. I think it might just be the Falcons caught out there. But there is a knock sent over towards Besiktas. Kakali is down, and stage 3 means that they can still res, but for not much longer. they're going to be shunted in with the blue zone, taking the wind out of their sails there, and they're going to be mostly on foot in a very, very open position.
Yeah, I think Falcons, although seem to be not having the better end of this fight at the moment, that is, as Lewis goes down, because they were further into the circle than Besiktas, the onus is on Besiktas to move, right? So now they are struggling. Kakali just about gets that first aid off. A nade comes over the top, pretty close to Satan.
Doesn't quite get the knock though, and Poser nades the front of the rock there against Satan. Wants to put a Molotov on the front as well, and that one's good. Perfectly cooked there. Explodes right in his face. No chance of rotation around it. Lewis was flushed away. We saw that before. Tospic is down, but with the medkit being popped, he should be able to get the res here. The blue zone won't be tagging in too soon. Poser, shots over towards Damar. Falcons really locking this down. They are pulling Besiktas down to the depths with them, really, at this stage. The northeast side of this next circle as well is starting to pop off with Virtus Pro, with Twisted Minds, with Heroic, all dueling for that position as well to have a go at brute force. They're playing on that north edge. Besiktas trying to extricate themselves from this. Not having the greatest of times, but they have managed to res Tospic.
This is a very awkward fight. Falcons really locked themselves into a battle that was not going to ever be easily won. I mean, either way, what they have been able to do is make life very awkward for Besiktas. That's a nice name. Good bounce on it. Doesn't fully flush out Damar.
Ooh.
But that does increase the time. He's on the last med he's got there. Should go down very soon for the blue itself. I was a little bit concerned about Fireflux's approach to this game, which was just send it in towards a location that they already should have assumed was taken. I think at that point, you sort of have to play on the edge there. You can't afford to be flying in towards Cow or through the middle of Lumberyard and this compound that Team Spirit's in. But yeah, that shift over towards the west side really does open things up now for Power. And it was unfortunate that Team Spirit has got about 3 knocks so far towards Power, but hasn't been able to confirm on any of them. Otherwise, you might have seen a big old crash coming through.
Certainly potential for that. I'm also interested in how Onyx Ravens are going to be able to play on these hills out to the western edge. They're the only team that really has a position there. I think the Moneymakers are going to try and challenge them for it. I think that send from the Moneymakers position all the way out in the southwest could prove to be the only weak point for the Onyx Ravens for this next circle. The circles after that is anyone's guess, really, as to where they're going to be threatened from. IWNRX, they're going to have to shunt in from the eastern side, but they are going to have a pretty tough time of it. You can see they're split currently 2 and 2, 2 up north, 2 down south. Let's Folk Chaos try and get ahead of them, but they've already lost 2 players. Team Spirit are going to see this. They're into the Lumberyard, but do they have the cover from Power, from Team Spirit? I just don't think so.
Effect already finds one, and another knock over towards Al-Haji. The Team Spirit expending ammo to make this happen, but to be honest, by the time that Team Spirit decides that they want to take on the guys from Power, they're going to be so low on utility. The armor is just going to be battered and broken. Heroic finds one from IWNRX. It is Ragnarok up to 3. Wow, what a spray down from Neos.
Neos does not miss those. Brute Force wanted to keep up the pace of their previous day's games. Back in day 3 of week 2, I think it was Niels who was putting up big numbers for Brute Force, and he wants to continue to do that here. Freezer as well, a really big force to be reckoned with. However, it was Judo in the end who managed to get that MVP title for day 3. So certainly a massive amount of threat from Cow right now, but the circle goes again to Lumberyard, and it keeps Power right in the middle. Onyx Ravens forced to go for this fight. Pavlik's just going to pull the one out of the back. The buggy rolling on forwards. They are just getting decimated here. Ali on the back lines, the last to stand for them. Oh no, it is just Turkey actually, sorry. Ali is down, as he is going to try and go for the res. The nades pour on through, and this is the vulnerability for Onyx Ravens that I was talking about. Moneymakers moved up from that south side, and it's just so difficult really to navigate here on the hills in the northwest side of this main island.
Heroic finds Kitsune as he makes his cross. It's just the one player over towards the south side of Cow here.
Okay.
Now Haji will confirm it. That is so unfortunate. I think in the meantime, Brute Force cleaned out that last player.
Hang on. What?
Turkey, though, what is happening here? I
Onyx
missed
Ravens.
this.
Onyx Ravens playing as 2 have been holding off Moneymakers with 3. There's a nade towards Bishke as well. It goes a little bit short. Toke might just be trying to find these flushes. Play out in the blue, play for time, because you know he's going to be forced out as well. Oh no, he's out of ammo. Needs to go for the reload. Disaster in the magazines of Onyx Ravens there. He didn't go for the reload, and you heard that death rattle click just pop it on through. He was like, what is going on? Oh, that's so unfortunate. I think he had it. I think he had it if he'd gone for that reload.
I mean, he was under such amount of pressure as well. I think it's astonishing they were even able to get 3 of the eliminations through. So Moneymaker's chances absolutely ruined there. Similarly for Team Spirit, if Ragnarok had not taken those shots, I think they got all 4 players across. Which is very, very sad for Team Spirit there. Getting cut out by a solo on a rotation that takes 2 seconds to make.
It's
But
dangerous.
still 2 players. We have seen good results from Team Spirit in the past. I think right now they're aiming for 3rd place at the moment. Brute Force, though, finding Al Haji again. This guy has been on the ground more than he's been playing the game this
he's
match.
Bleeding out pretty quickly now. Surely. He's like the most popular elevator in the skyscraper. He's up and down every single time. Ooh, another opening. 2 players now for power in actions. Naomi and Nomi, both looking for the angle. Al Haji did get rezzed and will look for the heal. There's an off angle here. Easy. Look out to your left. He steps out and Naomi is cut down and flushed away almost immediately. Chudo moving in the meantime. They're capitalizing. The 3rd party is good. Fidan doesn't know which way to look. And I don't think there was a correct decision to be made. Brute Force up on 9 eliminations now, and they want more. Bishke is still playing, though. And Team Spirit with a solo. Moneymakers with 1. And there is, of course, Brute Force. Looking for this res. Looking to try and convert on this chicken dinner. And nade forwards for easy.
Close.
Nearly makes something happen.
It's funny the amount of times here we've seen like solo players cause massive, massive issues for all these teams. I mean, Easy on the side there towards Naomi. It's become quite a weird game. And there you go again. Naomi pokes his head out, finds a knock. Brute Force though to 9 eliminations, John. So that comeback nature that we saw from them, you know, might be real today.
Oh, that looks good. Drops and splits them. Not quite going to land onto Brute Force. They got out of dodge fast enough. That knock allowed Nomi to get into the next circle, but he's now going to really struggle to put pressure on. Bishke kind of playing quite slow. Look at the circle shift as well. It's going to move Brute Force to the other end of this warehouse, but they want to deal with Nomi first. Easy can establish a line. So can Bishke, who's yet to step foot in the lumberyard. The nade onto Nomi, finds the shot and forces him out into the peak, and Neos wins the trade. Now 3 teams remain.
Yeah, I think you're pretty frustrated with that result, though, if you're Team Spirit. From what was a pretty good rotation, great shots over towards power for quite some time, into a 4th place for limbs because of 2 solos. Oh, it's got to hurt. It's got to hurt a lot. Well, Brute Force looking for another chicken dinner on this week.
10 elims for Brute Force. Trying to get Fraser onto the roof, it seems like, as well. Running about on those girders like a madman. Trying to parkour his way up there. Blue zone, though. Force him to drop down. Doesn't spot anything. Easy and Bishke actually have a decent chance here. They're going to be forces in some pretty tricky scenarios. And if they aren't going to be busy fighting off against one another, Brute Force are going to have to move over a lot of open ground. And look at Easy navigating this quite nicely. Bishke probably going to be first contact here. Potential for Easy to just take him down and ladder up into second, but Brute Force are close by to one another. They're stacking up. Bishke knows he's burning. They mollied the rock. Not sure if that came from Easy or what, but Bishke has the challenge now. 3 players from Brute Force bearing down upon him. Will he be able to find one and make Easy's life easier? He goes down for the spray, but Easy needs to strike now. He's in the middle of this circle, but he's wasting a little bit of time. Judo has to pull back. The nade is going to be unleashed, though, and over towards Easy forces him wide. He has got the center of this next circle, but he don't think he has the cover. There's the res coming on through, and they know exactly where he's going to be. Easy with it all to do, but not too much to play with here. Steps up. Judo goes low, but it's going to be Neos from the top of the rock to play perfectly on that one. Able to find the angle and brute force rack up 12 eliminations. They are keeping up the pace. You can give them a day off. It doesn't matter. They're coming back, and they're coming back to play.
Yeah, chunky couple of games there. Already coming through for brute force previously this week. Straight into a chicken dinner at the start of the day. And yeah, absolutely. Show off the logo. Done extremely well of these guys to really bring things back up to speed. From Cow as well. I mean, yeah, they had... Sure, they started up towards Cow's side anyway, but honestly, it's a case of what happened there?
You just
what
had a glow up. I don't know. I was just flashbanged.
Yeah, I mean, sure, over towards Cow's side, they had the beginning of the circle, right? But they made a very quick decision to re-rotate back up towards that north side and then slowly cause problems between those two compounds they knew that were warring between one another of power as well as Team Spirit. I do feel really bad for Team Spirit on this match.
Yeah.
Because it's very typical Sandhawk behavior, right? With the solos really being that knife in the side.
Oh dear. I mean, this happened to RCB the other day, so you know what? It's perhaps a little bit of payback from the PUBG Mobile gods to give them that same situation, but on the other side, not so happy with IWNRX. Neos was able to get a beautiful spray down. Yeah,
it was really lovely to see, and it feels like Brute Force haven't left any of that ferocity behind. Neos. 945 damage to start things off, 6 eliminations, and also getting the highest grenade eliminations here on the match report. So very nicely done. Do you know what I found the most funny thing about that game, though?
What did you find the most funny thing about that game?
Have a quick guess.
Al-Haji?
No, the most funny thing I found about that game was that I mentioned Twisted Minds, and then I didn't talk about them, but I also never saw them again.
That's true. Where did they go?
I don't know. I think we closed up the map feed as well, so we couldn't see down towards the side. But I didn't even see them enter the circle. They just disappeared.
They're just sat there like, Twisted Minds mentioned. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, we're dead.
That's all they want. Brute Force putting a big chunk into the gap between them and Team Spirit, I believe, on the overalls. They weren't too far behind, and they were only 3 points behind, in fact, on the overall tables. Brute Force were on 126 at the start of today, with DA only getting 5 points. That would mean that they're on, 156. Is this going to be... No, not quite. Not quite. I don't think I'd go that far. I think Brute Force are at 148. After this,
they're tied.
They are
everyone
tied.
Else.
Oh my goodness me! How many chicken dinners have they had? How many placement points do they have? Oh goodness. Okay, I feel like Brute Force have more chicken dinners, so I think they win this tiebreak.
They win out, so they're already in second place.
Nice.
That's so silly. That's so silly. We have what is that? 4 teams now on 148 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's the points to have. What can I say?
Yeah. Everyone gets the same bonus points at the end of this. I think at this rate, Team Falcons and Na'Vi look to be in our bottom 4, right?
Yeah.
It's not looking great for these
Na'Vi, definitely. They ended yesterday on 50 points, only getting 1 point at the start of today. In 16th place right now is Footballist Chaos, and they are on 77 points, which means they need 27 points today to even draw level with what Footballist Chaos have right now. Well, actually, before this game, that's what they had. So, I'd agree. Na'Vi almost certainly out. Falcons, a little bit less hopeless, sure, of the top 16, but...
not looking great.
It's not looking great. It's not looking great. And they won't be relegated for being in the bottom 4, but it's kind of an indicator as to who we're going to see there later on. We saw some of those numbers. Fairly even split there. I feel like a lot of teams had a lot of fighting going on, especially on that eastern side, right? We had a lot of teams stuck in that traffic jam.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good conversion rate over towards Brute Force anyway to get those 12 eliminations. And I mean, 22 points on a Sandhawk is very nice. I think you either tend to see like big old games on Sandhawk, or you see those games where it's like really evenly spread along a lot of teams there. So, let's take a look at this. Yeah, the 148 special. This is so stupid. It's so stupid.
Four
so
chicken
so
dinners for Brute
amazing
Force.
at the same time.
They absolutely win that tiebreaker though, with 4 chicken dinners being obviously chicken dinners the first tiebreaker on a tie, but Brute Force still have like was it 5 more matches to play now after their first match.
It's definitely a flex though, right?
Yeah,
we're gonna tie with you guys, but we also beat all of you guys.
absolutely.
So, oh, I love to see it. I love to see it a lot. So really awesome stuff from Brute Force. Obviously, they still have 5 more matches to play today, so there's plenty of time to no longer just be worrying about a tiebreaker as we head further down our tables here.
Unless DA tie up with Brute Force at the end of the day. Can you imagine? They're both on 4 chicken dinners.
I can't.
It could happen. It could happen. I'm telling you, you know what? It's going to happen. And you're going to find out about it the rest of the day. After this break, we'll come back with Erangel.
Bence en başarılı olacak bölge bizim, yani Türkiye bölgesi. En başarısız olacak bölge ise MENA.
Kaybedeceksiniz. Neden hala geliyorsunuz?
Bu kadar.
Alan kapanırken nak yemeyin. Nak yemeyin baba. Ben kimseye nak vermek istemiyorum sol üstte. Ölüyorsak beraber ölüyoruz, ölmüyorsak kimse nak yemiyor.
Bunları oyun içinde birbirimize hatırlatalım ki çünkü ben unuturum, Akif abi unutur. Hamsi'yi kaç
Unutulabilecek bir şey değil bu.
Tamam kardeşim sen bizi hatırlat. Ben belki unuturum.
Maçın içinde hatırlatırız. Onun harici kimseden hata istemiyorum. Bu turnuvada çok önemli bir turnuva. Yani hayatınızda oynayabileceğiniz belki en
önemli turnuva.
Aynen.
olarak düşün yani.
Bu kapı bir kilitli kapı bir ananı sikeyim.
Kilitli bir kapı şu an.
Kilitli bir kapı var karşınızda. Bunu açmak için anahtar lazım.
Atacağız.
Bu turnuvada da anahtar top 5 ama bizim için tek anahtar birincilik.
Nasılsın kardeşim?
Duruma göre bakacağız ama çoğu takımın nasıl oynadığını biliyoruz zaten. O yüzden hiçbir sorun yok.
Bizim nasıl oynayacağımız da belli.
Kendi oyunumuza bakacağız.
Yani bizim açımızdan belli de rakip nasıl oynayacağımızı bilmiyor şu an. Hızlı yavaş ya.
Hızlı oynarız bence.
Sürpriz.
Stabil oynamamak önemli işte. Yavaş hız konusunda. Puan olarak stabillikten bahsetmiyorum. Mesela adam düşünecek, diyecek FF işte şu normalde şuraya gelir şu zaman. Bir bakacak yokuz. Bir bakacağız öndeyiz. Bir bakacağız arkasındayız. Şaşırtmak lazım yani.
Kaç sayı yakalamayı başarınca S2G oyuna veda etti. Solkay! Boss oyuncularına da mermileri gönderdi. Pluto yere çekildi ama
Size en başarılı bölgenin ve en başarısız bölgenin hangi taraf olduğunu söyleyeceğim. Bence en başarılı olacak bölge bizim, yani Türkiye bölgesi. En başarısız olacak bölge ise MENA.
Bence fight power'ımız diğer takımlardan daha yüksek. O yüzden bizim karşımızda eriyeceklerini düşünüyorum.
Hangi takımla 4v4 fight atmak istiyorum ve sebebi Twisted Minds. Çünkü sürekli vuruyoruz ve basitler.
Başka bir takıma söyleyecek şeyim direkt yani main fight attığımız takıma bir şeyler demek istiyorum. Kaybedeceksiniz. Neden hala geliyorsunuz?
Brute Force proving that a day off doesn't have to matter. With a chicken dinner on our first match today, Sandhawk went their way. We're moving over to Erangel next, however, to see if they can keep that going, because that would be quite an impressive maneuver to make. Obviously, already laddering up into second place, and they are going pretty neck and neck right now with DA. They are very close behind. I think there's a 8-point difference between the two teams. It's going to be nice to watch those two duke it out over the course of today. Obviously, we can't count out the teams further behind, like Team Power, like Team Spirit as well, who are looking to keep that chase up. I think Besiktas as well, in with a shot at keeping up towards those top spots on the tables. Everybody also looking to try and ladder up quite far over the 148 barrier, right? Because that is a big point jump, right? If you're below it, you are, I think you gain 3 points for getting more than 148 just for jumping up over those three teams.
Yeah, it's sort of amusing that we have such an easy benchmark today for a lot of teams. I mean, say you start the day with 108 points, right? You literally just have a 41 point margin that you need to profit on, which is not a huge amount of points per game, but that would ladder you up, like you said, a lot over quite a few teams here in our lobby. We're actually getting into Erangel pretty quickly here. I think we already have players in the game, in the lobby, waiting to get into the game itself and drop out. That plane itself, my brain was going somewhere else, and I need to unleash the beast right now because I could really do with a Monster Energy.
Okay, all right. At monsterenergy.com/gaming. That's where you can find out all about Monster Energy, the official sponsor here at PMSL EMEA. So we pan over IWNRX. Zedwolf was the MVP yesterday. A little bit of a surprise, I think, for a lot of people, given S2G's 5k damage gain at the top of those Miramar Hills north of Picardo. And in snuck Zedwolf with the MVP performance, but he did call S2G out for the TDM, which we'll be seeing later. We'll see if IWNRX can give him that platform to be the MVP again today, and the platform that they'll be using to attempt to do so is the Infinix GT20 Pro, where they are going to hope to stand out above all of the rest of their competition.
Already teams dropping out the plane here. S2G not in the match. Neither is 3D Max. So Yasnaya should be completely open to whoever would like that position. And it has been pretty useful. Quite a few teams so far. I've been able to take up that spot. I mean, S2G gets some pretty simple rotates after a boatload of loot, but it looks like no one's picking it up. And that's annoying for me.
You've had a bad time looking at that. That's yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you don't want to maybe move away from the existing playstyle that you've been practiced on. Obviously, all of these teams have played an extensive amount of Erangel so far. It is 50% of the matches that they play in the league stage. So everybody maybe just wanting to go back to their roots. Although there is that potential to scout out and use it as a rotational point, and that is going to be something that teams might be able to adapt to. So for teams like DA, they might be able to stop off in Yaz, right? Or if the circle goes out that way, teams can look to move on in. So like Falcons could potentially rotate out that way. Virtus Pro might be able to move up and play from that direction. It gives some choices to the Northeast teams.
Yeah, again, I do think that although Lipovka's nice, Yaz is usually better, which is why it's often fought over. But with both the teams that actually challenged for it, and they're not there. See, this is the thing. I think Virtus Pro could have easily taken Yaz because the rotational paths are very similar from both Lipovka and Yaz, right? At the end of the day, this circle's nice. Not only that, there is the added benefit of the fact that it was early on the playing path. So you could get there and get looted. So even I wouldn't have even minded a team like Moneymakers. Instead of dropping Primorsk, which now puts them right at the back of a very long queue here to get into the circle, they would have been able to skip a lot of that. So I don't know. I think you bring up a good point about the fact that you don't want to change things too much for yourself. But when presented with an opportunity, I feel like with all the factors that were brought into this current game, so confusing one. Again, last day, so people don't want to make mistakes. We just talked about how it is just that 41-point profit margin. You started on 108, which I think a lot of teams are around that point, down towards the second page. Yeah, you don't want to be changing things too much if you just want those consistent points. You're not looking for a banger game.
I also feel like because of the playing path, a lot of teams would have dropped out sort of around above Yasnaya, around that sort of area.
Scared, yeah. Maybe.
So potentially, you know, if you're a team like Moneymakers, you're thinking, okay, do we actually want to go for potentially a hot drop if other teams are also going to go for Yasnaya in an unfamiliar hot drop location? We don't know the ground as well as we do other parts of the map potentially. Do you sort of wait? Because the playing path did go directly over Yaz, right? So you can't actually tell if teams are dropping out for it in time to be able to make that call potentially. So I agree, I think, with pretty much everything you said, but I think that adds another layer to that decision-making process. There's so many levels. It just goes deeper. It's like an ogre.
That's right. There's layers. Layers upon layers. I was going to scream donkey at you, but I'm refraining myself.
Save that for after stream.
We're back on the road again here.
On the road again?
Don't sing it.
Well, I just can't wait to get on the road again.
I just can't wait to get back on that road again. Yeah, football is chaos on your screen. I don't think they were able to do as much as I'd hoped during this this week. I think they're certainly a good team. It's just weird seeing them down on 79 points. You know who's my favorite underdog team right now?
Onyx Ravens.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well, you read my mind. Or we're on the same page.
We absolutely
I think we are. Yeah, awesome. 100 points this week. It's not a crazy result, but again, only 50 points roughly behind first place. It's not bad. And they're still playing today. Nice little clutch on that last game. Got a fair few decent points for themselves. Wasn't able to finish that fight out between them and Moneymakers, but it did look good. I think it was around about a 2v3, which was effectively a 1v3 at one point when Turkey was all on his own. Yeah, overall, great improvements.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And their week one scoreline was 92 points, so they've already exceeded that. The question is, how much will they be able to exceed it by? And they're in an interesting position on the tables as well, and the overalls on the inter-week overall tables. They are currently well, at the start of today they were in 17th with Foot Esports above them by 3 points. So now that Foot Esports have earned 2 points and they've earned 8, they are just about ahead. So I think they might be our bubble team currently on the interweek overall standings. But definitely, I would like to see them in the finals. I think that this, as you said, is one of our favorite underdog teams. They've been interesting. They've played third party to some important conflicts, and they've made some cool decisions that we've enjoyed watching.
Yeah, I hope they continue developing the team, because even after this tournament, even if they don't go to the finals, because I think that it's rare. It's rare that you find a team that continues to show their potential in a PMSL EMEA. I think there is only a few teams who are able to improve drastically over the course of PMSL EMEA. Teams towards the top, I think there's little room for improvement, in the sense that you've already reached quite the peak of your ability, and it's a case of very minute things that need to be changed. There are teams who are doing badly in this tournament, though I would say it feels like they have also reached the peak of their ability, like their ceiling, and they are trying to make minute improvements where they can, but it's just not really changing too much. But Onyx Ravens seems to be a team that's been able to slip their way into the PMSL EMEA and still have this huge potential behind them. Like, their ceiling seems to be very, very high, although their floor at the start of this tournament was quite low. I really do hope that they continue to climb that skill ladder coming into week 3. Because genuinely, one thing that makes me the happiest watching these tournaments is watching a team figure things out. It's awesome watching Onyx Ravens from week 1 being a little bit clueless, let's be honest, in the first couple of days, and then learning so much so quickly in this tournament.
Oh dear, for Heroic, they lose the player on the high ground, and Easy nearly claps a second. Hassan in the vehicle, dodging around. Speaking of Onyx Ravens as well, IWNRX going to cyberbully them a little bit on this bridge camp. Zepwolf pulls out Saleh towards the back. Is there a hop out? Is there a chance? No, they get that flush almost immediately. Ali over the top rope. Down in the ditches now. It's kind of mean from IWNRX, but if you know there's a team coming out from here, you just pick up the points.
Yeah, easy points for them. Ali's going to go down too.
No.
So just bigged up the guys on Onyx Ravens.
No.
Again, though.
Don't do it.
No, stab it. Oh, he stabbed him right in the back.
Yep. That's
side.
Yeah, that's a little bit more accurate there. Still. Just run it up with that knife. God, that was mean.
Not
and
my
actually, not entirely without risk as well, right? I mean, you could potentially have a player playing along that bridge side for Onyx Ravens. Could have not been spotted. That was on the blind side.
Oh, slice.
But yeah, he's given him an extra crack where it doesn't belong.
Serious, I think I throw it in before you joined in. I like that. Oh dear me. Yeah, I mean, again, that's another valuable lesson for Onyx Ravens to learn. To properly scout the bridge before crossing it. Because I think this is a trap that I have seen plenty of high-level teams also fall into, is that I have crossed the bridge successfully, without fail, for 10 days.
Yeah.
This does not mean that the 11th day will be the same.
Exactly. Vickers got through, though, for Onyx Ravens. Not too sure he's happy with the results, though. Volt takes him down. And our favourite underdog team goes out. 16th place. 0 limbs. No points. And the fat hundo to see them a little bit slightly happier. They're into the triple digits on this week.
Yeah. I feel like it's...
We've cursed them. What we've done there?
Cursed them there.
What we've done there was a big mistake. They shouldn't have let us do that.
They shouldn't. That's another valuable lesson. Don't make the commentators fans of you. Okay, that's not what you want to do.
It'd be interesting to see if anyone out there has been following who our favorite teams have been as time goes on, how well those teams have performed after we've sort of said that we like them quite a bit.
Well, we came into time being like, we're super EU biased. And I think so far, a lot of my favorite teams have just been like, not from EU.
Yeah, well, you know, if EU teams did better, then maybe they'd be our favorites, you know.
Hey, EU teams have no faults.
Oh, no, you're right, actually. Yeah, that's correct.
But I prefer talking about some other teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was unfortunate for Onyx Ravens, but it is the one misstep on the game. And I don't know if IWNX have really made that play before in that specific
No, they
scenario.
haven't.
They haven't actually done that fully. And like you said, you do need to be aware, but they'll be aware now.
Yeah. Again, it's like the chance that someone bridge camps you never changes from game to game. It's just a case of whether someone wants to go for it or not. And a lot of times teams will just, at this high level, teams will keep that in their wheelhouse. A lot of times for day 5, and I think that's definitely something to consider, is that when you get onto that last day, teams will start doing some cheeky business because they need points. They desperately need points. So for IWNRX, it's just free eliminations by doing something that is slightly against the norm.
Al-Haji, good for the second shot on the DBS. Icy not able to convert. There is still more threat around, waiting in the wings, but Easy rallying in, and Al-Haji still thundering on with the DBS. Gets yet another knock, and Icy goes down to his knees. Close by, Koa up the high ground. No, he's not close enough. And Power able to cut Moneymakers in half on the northwestern side. Moneymakers going to need to find a new path on in. And that is going to be pretty rough stuff. Koa over the headland, Fishgate as well over the cover. So they do get away, but they're only 2 now. And Power pick up, they're on their 3rd point.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're doing pretty well here. They were able to get comfortably ahead now, up to 142. Al-Haji gets Al-knocked. That will be down. No, but I do like just knocking words in front of Al now. I think Al Happy was definitely my favorite.
Al Happy is peak name pun on that one. Milky Way spotted out by brute force. They will pick up the point. Get that flash gone. Corker for Virtus Pro. They're all quite split on the east side for Virtus Pro. A lot of Yaz Fields in this next circle. People going to crunch up towards that really, really strong compound that sits on the west side of Yaz Fields. That I think currently, I think DA currently sat in it. That overlooks a lot of Yaz Fields.
Yeah, you can have 2 teams in this area. One team takes the north side, one team takes the south. Not always ideal for that to happen. Realistically, you want to have a hold over both sides, and you can slowly back it up in that compound until you find success. Team Spirit, though, took a knock. I don't know how likely it is that they'll be able to finish that one out, because I do think he is in cover. But this has happened before for Team Spirit. And they're not amazing at digging themselves out of this situation. I think that it seems to be such a reoccurring trend now that we can call it a problem they have in the team, where I like their rotations. They're pretty quick, but they do rely on the team sort of splitting up slightly, providing backstops. One player goes down during that rotation, it all goes to pot. Suddenly the plan gets thrown out the window. Everyone's to panic stations, essentially. So for Team Spirit, getting knocked on their rotate typically slows down things enough that they do find themselves out in deep water.
What I'm going to need from this match blank is 4 more points for Power, and then they'll be on 148 as well. That's what I'm looking out for.
I would love to see this come down to a 8-way tiebreak.
Can you imagine? Like one team behind just earns 2 points on a match, and all of a sudden, bang. Let's take a look at the circle. This is quite an important shift. It's gone out east. DA being in this compound, let's consider what DA's main strength is, right? Keeping people at distance and playing that suppressive fire position. This is like the perfect position for them right now. It plays right into their wheelhouse. They just need to stop teams from crashing them. I think everybody on the west is going to have a hard time moving through both Team Spirit and Football is Chaos, and teams on the east, well, they're just going to be able to do that naturally through their suppressive presence. Falcons trying to move up, Power pushing them out on the northwestern edge. Footballers Chaos going to receive power, trying to push down from that northern edge, but they're going to have to loop back and go again.
Yeah, I think that you looked at some of these teams here, and for DA, like you said, they're in a really strong spot. I think a lot of the teams around them aren't super comfortable with crashing, other than maybe Team Spirit. Even then, Team Spirit is in a little bit of a struggle bus situation themselves because they've got IWNRX behind them that they have to deal with eventually. Brute Force is out on that eastern side though, John. The potential for them for another big game. Virtus Pro are down to 3, I believe. So Brute Force could maybe get some work over there.
Point delivery, hot and fresh, heroic, rolling on through the valley of death here. Hassan, a choice morsel to be purloined away off the tree of points for everybody else. Happy to add that one to the tally. Team Spirit, their first elim on the board.
RV inside a compound that's outside the circle. So they'll have to move in. Fireflux doing the Fireflux rotate. I hate it so much. Luckily, they're able to find Frozen from IWNRX.
Get the flush as well. It is working on this outside for now, but they're not really safely in. They can split off Kind, though, from the rest of this team. Na'Vi, third party. Look at the off angle that's being operated on right now by Gonzo. He's getting a lot of information. Fireflux in danger. They are very much surrounded. Even though Kind is isolated, the fact that Na'Vi are on the western side stops them from really capitalizing on that ground that they've been able to gain. If they get that knock, they can push up north, but it requires getting that knock in the first place. It's going to be tough. Besiktas on the send towards Footballers Chaos flank.
All around the side, the DBS, already one gets knocked. All this, but take too many more casualties. One.
Finds Tospic on the launch, and Lewis goes low. There's the rundown, and it's Power sailing in from the northwest side, and easy with another side swipe. Goodness me, those buggies from the backlines, just brutal. RCB want a slice of this, and Easy will finally go down. They shift that buggy out of gear and say, no, thank you. We're not going to have this one going our way today. Al Hadji back up to the buggy. Maybe a chance for him to do the same. A nade over towards RCB, and they are very, very low. If El Hadji finds Wild here, could be the end of RCB. Nade doesn't quite go far enough, and Wild can start to establish a smoke train. Bobbling through the smoke still, just pushing RCB back, but Team Spirit are here. They have left their compound, and they want to crash. They want a third-party position, and here's where they'll find it. Finally, RCB go down. Power are slightly diminished here, though, and Power adding a lot of points to their tally. Look at that, 10 eliminations already because of that third party. Team Spirit, they're too late, and they fold back to their compound.
I think everyone thought that this would be a simple third party, but Power did not let that go anything but. Very, very well done to Power there. Getting 10 eliminations basically off of 3 minutes of gameplay. Some valuable gameplay time, that's for sure. Fireflux. Our players out on that edge. Right now, the Team Spirit pretty happy with their position. As are DA.
Oh, blank no. Power have got 10 points, not 9 points.
They
already
over the
left
gap
off the
now.
tie. They're over the gap. Oh dear. It's the difference
Second
maker.
place, nice.
That's awful. I hate it. Well,
Oh wait,
Brute
they've not
Force,
got second place yet because
Yeah,
Brute
Brute
Force
Force
got 2
have
points.
1 point ahead still.
But third place, you know, I think Power towards the start this week were pretty high up on the tables.
Yeah.
It's taken them a bit of time to bring things back up to speed, but here you go. Team Spirit taking shots over towards Na'Vi as Nomi heads on over this way. 6 burning a little bit.
Just a touch
They're
though.
just taking their time about this one.
Not too much fire to worry about, but Team Spirit very exposed here. Trying to move south from their buildings. They want control of this high ground position to try and potentially move into some of the buildings on the east side when the circle shrinks, but they'll have to wait and see. Nobody looking to crash in from the north edge. Power more preoccupied with DA, who are handling Falcons right now. They've managed to rack up 3 eliminations, and the Falcons are down to 2. Solke spotted, Fireflux pushing in from the south, and Na'Vi have to fight still on 2 sides.
Yeah, Na'Vi is in a very struggle position right now. Treading water, surrounded by sharks, bleeding as well. More and more starting to join in the literal fray on that side. Okay, did take a knock on the back line. And right now, I think Team Spirit is somewhat concerned not only with their south, but towards that north. They don't want to get nipped like last time on a wrangle where I think Honest Ravens were able to make a nice little side swipe, took out Nomi, and everything came crumbling down. So they're ensuring that they're maintaining presence over towards this north side as well, which I like.
This is a difficult crash, and I mean, DA, they've been in this compound for a long time. Fidan wants Scarface to challenge, and they actually go even on the damage trade. A little bit in the advantage of Scarface, and of course, with Fidan being out towards the blue, that only plays well for DA. But Power have managed to get to some sort of cover. Haji allowed to get up through the wall. Power playing as 3. 11 eliminations now. A nade could be good onto Al-Haji. Goes long around the corner. Cooking one back in response. Wants to put it in the window. Not going to find too much there. And they continue to trade. Virtus Pro fending off Twisted Minds, going central because they are in a very important shack. Team's going to be looking to move to those buildings southwest of Virtus Pro as well. But that western fight has to conclude in the meantime.
Your Team Spirit has taken that location before. Over towards the east, underneath the ridge side, inside that little compound. No one else is looking for it at the moment. So Team Spirit might be a time to actually head over there. Gammy finding Chudo. Mine's holding on.
DA will be alleviated of Power. They're leaving Fidan behind a little bit. I think he's got a vehicle to get out of here, but the shot's over towards Power from... Oh, yeah, that's across the way. And they are just going to draw that vehicle short. The rotation for Power here, very, very tricky. They're forced to go for this fight now. Fidan, you can see he just wants to take some shots, take a chance, try and go for a coin toss. And actually is doing pretty well to get up to this building. It's going to slow DA, if nothing else. That takes him low. It's going to put pause on this rotation from DA and maybe allow Power to get further in. But no, they go down. 9th place, 11 eliminations. Just a touch too many to be in and amongst that 148 tiebreaker. But they are going to be happy to jump up on over. Now, what can Team Spirit do with this? Can they also jump up over that barrier?
Navi at some time looks towards that eastern side, so at the moment Team Spirit still by. Soon they find Zed Wolf will eliminate IWNRA catching sprays in the middle of this fight between Team Spirit and Fireflux.
Snake. Oh, spotted. I thought Ketch might be able to get a backstab there. 8 eliminations. They left it till a little bit later than Power, but they are racking up the points now, and the placements start to flow through at this stage as well. Na'Vi moving ahead, though. You said they're in that compound. Can Team Spirit do anything?
I mean, Team Spirit are the ones that were taking a fight with Na'Vi earlier on, but Na'Vi sort of dipped out as soon as Fireflux got involved. This is not a bad spot whatsoever either to be holding in. Team Spirit do take a knock. Coming down this hill requires a couple of smokes, potentially. Na'Vi, though, hasn't always been known to be the best on compound holds. This will be with Team Spirit's luck recently.
Yeah.
One of the few times where Na'Vi decides they can play the game.
Oh, no me. Playing a dangerous game himself, actually drawing a lot of fire though. And Kitsune now into a position to go for a shot, a trade. Kitsune doesn't even go down here. Steps very far forwards. Has got 2 first aids and will need to use them now. Effect leading the charge with the buggy. A nade in towards Axa. In the meantime, 6 is preoccupied and Axa's left all alone. Nomi gonna suppress that position. Through the window, he's spotted. An Effect puts him down almost immediately as well. There's a nade, a Molotov. It's gonna burn 6 out. He needs the challenge, and Team Spirit look to careen on in. 11 eliminations added, and Na'Vi wiped away. They have a brilliant compound now. Naomi, careful. Oh dear, he's still burning. Get that put out right quick. Get yourselves in. Get solidified. 4 players alive with a lot of eliminations. A potential chicken dinner for Team Spirit.
I mean, that was a really nice couple of Molotovs as well, though, because they didn't have any nades, so tossed the Molotov into the front room and then let it spread out towards the door. So either he runs out into the open versus 3 players, or he just burns to the damage. So yeah, that's a very, very critical piece of gameplay considering that Team Spirit doesn't want to waste too many nades for their end game. So instead opt to go for a smart play using double Molotovs to eliminate any chances that they lose a player there, because that has happened quite frequently to Team Spirit.
Going for some wide rotates here. They're trying to take control of this ridge line. I like this flex out from them. Can sometimes be dangerous, but they have got a lot of angles. They've effect playing over towards those buildings, potentially using some rooftop angles to give them suppressing fire. Moving over to this terrain. Very, very important to take control of this early, because you know that that mobility afforded to teams later on is going to be tough. DA playing from that really strong compound, 5 eliminations. They're in late as well, and that bar at the top will keep moving away from the teams pursuing them.
I like Nico's move as well over towards the western side. Has a side swipe now on Virtus Pro. Unfortunately spotted by Nomi of all people.
Important for Team Spirit to be able to get rid of that one, and Virtus Pro still left as one. They've got effect very close to this as well on that western edge.
What is he doing
Team
there?
Spirit on a 3-1 split right now, and he's regrouping. Okay, he's back in with the rest of the boys. And close to Twisted Minds. He wants more. He's going to go for the flush. Kitsune taken down by Never Alone on the back of that ridgeline, but Effect still rolling around, and they want to take care of this. Can anything happen with the teams across the way? They're busy. Team Spirit now locked horns with Twisted Minds further down the hill. 2 players to deal with. A lot of damage sent back and forth. Naomi looking to heal on that off angle. Kitsune still yet to be rezzed as the nades pour over from Twisted Minds duo.
Yeah, the nades can go quite a few different places here, and sort of, I like Twisted Minds' play as well, because I think they realize that they need to get something done before the circle starts to push in, because the game will be completely in the hands of Team Spirit at that point. They have to make something happen early. Unfortunately, they're not able to capitalize off the back of that knock over towards Kitsune, and no one comes to their rescue either, John.
What it does do, though, is allows them to survive. I think if Kitsune doesn't go down, they push in 4v2. And most likely do go down to it. So another shot at an engagement. The reward for getting that Kitsune knock. Never Alone on the backline, the major sticking point, but he's going to have to move with the blue zone.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that Twisted Minds bought themselves time to potentially do something. It doesn't work out, though. And it wasn't likely to work out either. But, you know what? They make the right play in the moment, like you're saying, John, to get Kitsune down, buys them some time here whilst Team Spirit obviously want to regroup and refocus their efforts. Scarface denies the point to any other team inside the lobby. Good thing to do, especially if you're a first place. You don't want to give any points to anyone else inside these final lobbies when you know that people are chasing you here, and it's only teams that are chasing you playing today.
There's Never Alone gone. Team Spirit, I imagine this is go time. Jafar needs to go down now. Virtus Pro moving as well. But there's a knock set over to Naomi. An unfortunate turn of events, and that's going to allow Furia to get into nade range of Kitsune. But he's been spotted. Sprayed down behind the ridgeline, but no, he's still got terrain cover. Kitsune forced out wide, but no one's there for that off angle. It is still just Jafar on this close position. Team Spirit still holding their nerve, but Furia might have an angle onto Kitsune here, and Kitsune needs to be careful lest he go down, lest he give Virtus Pro an opportunity. Jafar finally swept away, but Kitsune has fallen, and now Virtus Pro have the center of this circle. Team Spirit losing Kitsune puts them in a 2 versus 3. They're a little bit split away from one another, but they have the nades.
Yeah, Virtus Pro now in a location where they can eke something out here. Like you said, they have the center of the circle. Fury up close and personal. Malloy providing that cover towards the backside. Some good molly's been sent out, but they desperately need to get the smoke coverage. Really, really well played. Molly's can kind of deny a little bit of sight, maybe. Ooh. And now they know exactly where Malloy is. Will be pushed in by the circle itself. This should be a Team Spirit win with the 16 eliminations. A very nice match for them.
Naomi flushes out Furia. Team Spirit with 3 players. Malloy behind a waning ridgeline cover. And does take a couple of shots from Effect. Might just look to deny the point here. Indeed, he does. And well, at the end there, it was far from Nirvana, but it certainly smells like Team Spirit for this one. 15 eliminations racked up, 25 points for one of the most storied, one of the strongest, one of the most reputed teams in this tournament. They haven't had the best day yesterday, but today they have kicked things off nice and strong with their first Erangel chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's a good scout out by Effect as well, and I think that's what sort of changes the dynamic of the game. The fact that he's able to provide that information across and they can focus over towards Twisted Minds, as well as find that pickup over towards Nico, because I don't think they see Nico unless Effect starts pinging that one out. And so there's some good shots that come through off the back of that one. So really, really well played, Team Spirit, 25 points. It feels like these kind of games should have been happening a lot sooner for Team Spirit, though. Again, as a team towards the top, these are the types of plays you're expecting more frequently to make sure that you can maintain that #1 position. It's nice that there's teams underneath, like looking at Brute Force. I mean, what they're doing is impressive because they haven't always been able to put these types of things up. But you look at a team like Team Spirit, realistically here in the PMSL EMEA, they have some of the strongest players in the world on this team right now.
Very impressive stuff. I liked DA's performance as well over the course of this game. Obviously, they had a very, very strong compound. That's exactly where they wanted to find themselves. They managed to get 10 points on the match, and that is the sort of consistency that you do want to be seeing from teams towards the top. Obviously, Malloy denying the final point there for Team Spirit. Naomi topping the eliminations, but Nomi topping the damage. 696, very nice.
Yeah, I mean, always topping the damage is Nomi, right? I don't think we've seen many games where Team Spirit's able to come out on top and Nomi isn't there with the highest damage numbers, which is very respectable. So 25 points, 22 looked pretty good for Brute Force on that last match, but immediately topped there by Team Spirit. Power also not having a bad game, 11 points, and Virtus Pro not far behind. So all the teams that did need to get points today are getting points today, but Digital Athletics, 10 points, not willing to allow that lead to get out of control for themselves. So very, very nicely done to them.
They are going to try their utmost to fend off everybody trying to jump on up there. Teams like Besiktas on that one going to be a bit disappointed. I felt like Besiktas were in with a chance today of jumping up and competing with teams like Brute Force, with Power, with Team Spirit, but at the moment they are kind of getting left in the dust on this one. So they're going to want to try and add to their tally to try and jump over that 148-point barrier that is most likely to net you quite a few bonus points moving into those finals, as well as adding those points to your overall standings for your qualification for the finals.
Yeah, and only 4 matches to do it. It's getting a little bit spooky here, John. Looking at overall rankings, Team Spirit, 162 points. That was a gigantic game for them. 4 points behind now from Digital Athletics. This is sort of where I expected Team Spirit to be a lot sooner.
Yeah.
But it's still fantastic they are here. Again, I think what I was saying throughout some of their less than ideal days, let's say, is that I don't think we've really ever seen a 0-point game from Team Spirit this week so far, always getting at least 1 point to 6 points. So no matter what happened, they were still, trailing behind by a little bit, but never being completely left in the dust. So it's very nicely done for Team Spirit, because you can say that Brute Force had that massive comeback, but Team Spirit has been pretty consistently decent. But we've been waiting for the big games to come through, as opposed to the big games happening early on in the week for Team Spirit. Seems they were saving them for that last day, the sprint.
I will slightly fact check you here, and I've just looked through all the results that Team Spirit have, and unfortunately they have had 1 0-point game.
Have they had 2?
No, they haven't.
Had 1.
They've only had the 1. It was 15th place on Erangel, which was the start of a Wednesday's game. No, sorry, not Wednesday's games. It would have been Friday's games. The first Erangel of Friday, they came 15th with 0 eliminations. But other than that, yeah, they've been putting up more than 1 every single time.
Is that the first week?
Nope, week 2.
Week 2. Okay. Well, I mean, I was almost right by 1 match, which I'm going to take that one.
Your point still stands, though, right? And I wasn't trying to take away from your point. I think it's a very valid idea to think about Team Spirit as this team that just doesn't stop, right? And they certainly did not stop in that last match. I think they played that really, really well. I like their flex outs. I like their rotation over the fields. You look like you want to say something. Are you gonna add something on top of that?
No, I was just say they don't stop, but we do.
Oh, there you go.
Sometimes.
We've got a break coming up, so let's do that. Let's stop for the time being, but we'll start up again fairly soon, so don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
What a way to finish it out for Team Spirit over that last match. They were jousting back and forth, rotating around, swirling, giving them the old switcheroo across the open plains of South Yaz Fields. They were able to slice through the competition with a hefty points total on that match. 25 points earned and up into second place, where I think it's safe to say that most people would say that Team Spirit deserves to be. So a good start to their day. A second Erangel will be up and on the cards. Twisted Minds were able to get pretty late into that game again with their edge-sweeping playstyle. And it seems like they always creep up on you. They are up in the triple digits now, and they're looking to put more on the board in the coming matches as well.
Yes, they are. I mean, Twisted Minds getting to late games and then losing the late games seems to be pretty regular occurrence. I feel bad for them, but again, it's nice they're getting there. To be quite frank, I mean, there is worse teams than them right now. I'm just trying to look something up right now.
Yeah, sure.
Just give me 1 second.
Okay. You've got a second. I'll give you that. I'll give you that much. We're looking over at Heroic. They're pretty happy. And I mean, in terms of their tournament standing, it's kind of not deserved, but I'm glad that they're having a good time at least. Hopefully, they're going to be able to find some lessons to learn for them. Obviously, Onyx Ravens sort of in a similar spot to them, but they definitely have improved at a much faster and more impressive rate. Obviously, that last game, we kind of cursed them. So on this match, we're going to start off saying we don't like the Onyx Ravens one bit. We think they're rubbish and they're going to do really badly. But secretly, hopefully, they do well. They are hopefully going to be in with a shot potentially at the end of the finals, getting to the Esports World Cup. But they'd have to improve a fair sight more than they have done already, because it is only our top 4 teams that go to the group stages over at PMWC on the 19th of July over to the 28th of July of this year. And our 5th place team will be going to the survival stages. So each of these teams looking to tread carefully on the road to the Esports World Cup.
Right, okay, I figured it out.
What have you figured out?
So Vigors on Onyx Ravens is the brother of Dami from Twisted Minds.
Okay.
The reason I know this is because I noticed they look very similar.
Okay.
Yeah, they both have the same last name. Same, I guess, same middle and last name.
Okay.
But I don't know if they're twins. They look sort of like twins.
They could be. Who knows?
Let me
check their age. Check their age. We have the numbers.
Oh, we do. November 15th, 1997.
Okay.
November 15th, 1997. They are twins.
Oh, okay. I didn't even realize we had some opposing twin action, right? That's
there
pretty
you go.
Cool. That's pretty cool.
I've just done some investigative work on the PUBG Mobile.
That's some journalism right there. Okay. So we're going to be looking out for that rivalry. Twisted Minds and Onyx Ravens.
However, Dami has the better beard.
Twisted Minds in the lead on the tables, right, at the moment this week, with 117 to Onyx Ravens 100. But
rivalry is there.
It is definitely there. It is definitely there. Interesting comment about the beards. We'll have to get a more direct comparison later.
I think, Vigors has gone for the goatee mustache play. I think he can grow a good beard. It looks like he can. I mean, they're twins. Of course he can. They've got the same facial hair capability.
Whoa.
But I do prefer Dami's. It looks neat.
Now the question is fraternal or identical? Because you said they look pretty similar, but is it fraternal twins?
I think they are identical twins.
We're going to need a side-by-side comparison at some point.
We'll
figure this out.
I'll give you side-by-side right now.
Okay, all right. Okay, you're
I wish
you're going to DM it to me.
You could probably confirm this for the people in the chat.
Okay,
See if I'm talking.
Yeah, okay.
That's Vigors.
I see one of them. Yeah, Vigors.
This is Dami.
Pretty slick. Oh, okay. Yeah, this has to be identical.
Yeah, that's
definitely identical twins right there. Okay.
Playing on different teams though.
Yeah.
Damn.
Betrayal. Brotherly strife. Oh dear. No one in Yaz again on this plane path from Novo up towards Severny. And they're just going to keep things away from Yaz. No one stepping foot there, even on the second of matches. Hot drops, keeping an eye out right now. Besiktas may be in trouble, but it's Moneymakers and IW Next Maria who are going to get in a little bit more spot of bother. And there's the knife. He's scything through them. Just try and stop him. It's the Grim Reaper.
Had the machete. You take down both of them.
They
had
I mean,
weapons.
his teammate had a double-barrel shotgun as well.
Yeah, but they had weapons. They were so afraid of him.
Yeah, it's very scary getting chased with a machete.
Okay, so more journalism, by the way. They used to play on Twisted Minds together.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in day. Why has no one told me this? Guys.
Oh, they'd be
I
keeping it
don't
a
cover
secret.
MEA that often.
Yeah.
Okay. You have to let me know about these things. That's
Yeah,
a
come
cool little tidbit of information. I've not got one Instagram DM or anything.
Goodness me. Getting those
I'd
DMs.
have to figure this out on my own
I mean,
by having a little look and being like, wait, haven't we just seen the same team?
yeah, the good thing to do when you find something we didn't find during research is to blame the audience.
You guys did this.
This is Ralph's fault. It must be. I'm
Why would
pretty
Ralph
sure
do
this is
this?
Ralph's fault.
Why would Ralph?
Can't believe he's done this. Wait, no, it's
goodness.
Coops' fault. Sorry,
It
I
is
got it wrong
Coops'
around.
fault.
It's definitely Coops'
That's okay.
fault.
That's okay. Yeah, interesting. Anyway, I like that. A little bit of tidbit. We can carry that on into the future. See which brother comes out top. You know what would be really sad? If only one of the brothers goes to the finals.
But what if Parent Trap? One of them swaps positions.
Whoa, that's not. Well, that's why they have different beards.
I mean, yeah, maybe they have to like shave off different parts of their beards, right? So
Yeah,
that they
you
can't like
be
instantly
just
grow it
chopping
back.
and changing teams every
But
day.
what if they're like, oh no, I just went clean shave. Oh no, hang on a minute. Oh dear. Because then they could just be like, oh, I'm clean shaven now.
I think we'll know. We'll know that if they turn up to the finals.
I know your tricks.
If they turn up to the finals.
I'm on to you.
And there's only one of them there, and they're clean shaven. They've swapped teams. I'm feeling a bit bad today, Figures. Can you take over?
Dude, they've got 4 hands between them.
That's correct. Well done, Sherlock.
What if? Thank you, Watson. What if? Hear me out. They pretend to be the same person at the same time, sat on the same chair. They clip into one another and accidentally just get 4 arms out of the process.
That would be cool. Yeah.
I think it's possible.
It would be weird having to sit on your brother's lap, though, all day. So, I don't think that's going to happen.
They become Spider-Man.
Yeah, probably more like Doc Ock.
Okay.
Why Spider-Man? Oh, because they've got multiple... Yeah, but
multiple-
Spider-Man doesn't have multiple sets
Well,
of arms.
actually, there are certain stories where he does grow extra limbs, and some versions
Okay.
of Spider-Man where he does have extra limbs.
That's non-canonical, though.
No, it is very much canonical.
That's the whole point of canon. Is
Canonically, there are versions of Spider-Man that have multiple limbs. This isn't a debate.
This is a debate.
There
These
wasn't
are
even an
offshoot.
episode of the 90s cartoon, the 80s or 90s
Yeah,
cartoon.
that's called an offshoot.
No, it's called an
Non-canon.
alternate reality. Oh, goodness me. It looks like IW Next Rio wishing they were in an alternate reality right now because Beachgate's just
I
giving them the
am.
beat down.
I'm about to put you in a cannon right now.
Uh,
Fire you away.
yeah,
from
Miles
this
Morales isn't
tournament.
canon.
He's...
Yeah, now what? Now what?
Oh, the whole point is the multiverse. Not that show, though.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I don't...
Are you going to say Miles Morales isn't canon? Huh? Are you?
No,
Are you?
I'm not.
I didn't
can't...
think so. I didn't think so.
Where do I go from here?
Because it
So
is
what
canon.
What counts as canon, then?
Any version that's in the multiverse that hasn't been, like, Thanos snapped out of existence or, like, you know, after multiversal events where they have to, like, retcon a bunch of stuff because they've just blown the story. It's still canon that it used to exist, though.
What if I just remade Harry Potter and then...
Well, that's different.
And then managed to get a film
Just
deal?
because you can write fanfic doesn't mean that Multiverse Spider-Man
is my Harry Potter now canon?
No, because it's produced by the company that makes them.
Okay.
Come on.
I think I get it now.
All right. Okay.
I
good.
can't just write fanfic. And
You
make it
can,
canon.
but it's not canon.
Okay.
That's called headcanon if you start to believe some fiction that is written by the community or a fan that you want to then just believe is true. That's headcanon.
Okay. What if I believe it so much?
Yeah, exactly. That's headcanon.
Okay.
So if you want to write a version of Spider-Man that casts PUBG Mobile, for instance,
or plays PUBG
Peter
Mobile.
Parker on the mic, that's headcanon for you.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it's canon for anyone else, though.
I'm glad we had this canon debate.
That's true. I reckon alternate reality Peter Parker uses the Infinix GT20 Pro.
What's your favorite canon?
Get in the survey. Oh,
What
me?
is
Are you
your
asking
favorite?
me or asking the
I'm
audience?
asking you, but also people in chat.
What do you mean favorite canon?
My favorite canon would be a pirate ship canon.
I'd be like, what about the cannons in Shogun? They're pretty useful.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's a cool canon, but I think that my favorite canon would be the pirate ship canon.
That's fair.
Anyway, we probably should get back to the game. I'm glad that we had this discussion though. It seemed quite important.
I'm 50-50 in agreement right now. But okay, I'll go with you on this one. Virtus Pro playing over towards the foothills of Stalba, rotating around that area. Looks like DA have taken the top of Stalba Hill. Again, a pretty thematic position for DA. It runs in their veins to have these positions where you fend people off and try and keep them back. But once more, we're in the northeast quadrant of the map, and it's going to be very similar to the last circle, but a lot of teams in different positions here. Team Spirit potentially could take the gold compound. I think that Fireflux are close enough by to have a shout at doing so. RCB as well. But Team Spirit could just go back to the compound they were in before.
They could do easily, very easily. Still on the Liquipedia page for the Twins. I'm going to remove myself from that. Back to the map. Easily could go back to that compound they were in before, and also make maybe some better decisions of where they would like to be, rather than having to defeat Na'Vi or heading towards that spot later on. Again, only stage 2, so still some time before we head over towards some of those more pertinent compounds on the map. Cannon compounds.
Canonically, good compounds.
Yeah. For instance, Heaven.
Very
canonically good compound.
True. Funnily enough, you said Heaven, and the idea of canonical initiated from religious texts, and saints have to get what's called canonized to. Well, this is the Christian religion I'm talking about. I have more knowledge about that. They have to get canonized in order to become a saint. It's part of it. You have beatification and then canonization for saints. There you go. So all of that talk originated from basically religious scholars had to be like, yeah, no, that's right. And so it became
that guy canon. Is a saint.
It's what yeah, basically yes. That's exactly how it works.
Who makes that decision? The production companies for the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm probably going to get in trouble for that. I do want to say that is a very serious process that is a real process that has to happen.
No, I'm sure it is. It just makes me laugh. That's all.
No,
in relation to our previous conversation.
No, absolutely. But I mean, that's an interesting origin of the word canon used in that terminology. There you go. It is a religious origins.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks for that.
According to Holy Trinity Productions.
Stop! No, that's not good for everyone. It was funny, but now I'm worried.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit worried now. Sorry
I'm about to get canonized.
Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear. Yeah, we should definitely
put in the real.
No. Actually, we should probably really stop talking about this. Nobody clip it. Everybody keep it a secret. Onyx Ravens on the north side tried to.
Why did you bring that up?
I thought it would be all right.
It was all right.
Yeah, well, I think it is still all right.
It was totally fine.
On the north edge of Yasnaya, they had denied access to the compound where Fireflux now hold, where they were in for the last match, because this is a very familiar circle. It's slightly further east than the previous match, but still going to be some strong positions there. You could see Team Spirit actually controlling the hillside instead of the compound that they went to before, because they liked the power that afforded them. But Yas feels a much more prominent part of this map.
Yeah, again, you're right here. It's the central position, right? So I think a lot of teams will be concerned about where they want to play. And it's very difficult honestly, this circle, because it's very likely that the circle is going to end up towards the center of Yaz Field. But you don't want to go to the center of Yaz Field right now. It's such an awkward circle to play because you have to play on the edge, which in most scenarios means that fights like this happen a lot more often because there will be a lot of teams fighting over for the limited edge space.
Potato Hill conflict between Moneymakers and Power. Power, one of the teams chasing towards that top spot, so going down here. There's not going to be great news for them. They do still have Easy and Sard on the buggies, on the bikes, on the anything they can get their hands on, really, because Moneymakers are hounding them down as Icy leads the charge to chase. Sard wanted to get away, but Icy got a little bit more speed right now. Could potentially keep them going and actually force them potentially into the path of brute force. Really not where you want to be. With Niels looking to guard out on the point for the north.
Yeah, trying to get these shots through, but it's proving to be pretty difficult for him.
Dangerous. Well, they found a building. I don't think it's going to be too safe for too long, though. Those vehicles, I don't think are going to survive.
Not likely. I mean, for Power, they're in the circle. They're in the circle, which is awesome. But I think getting out from this position is going to be pretty difficult for Power. I don't think brute force is going to leave them alone either. Again, we were saying earlier for this circle, a lot of fighting is going to be taking place on the outer edges before we get towards stage probably 4 if we head towards the fields. So brute force, they want to confirm their position on this edge. They need to get rid of Power at some point so they can continue onwards. Nice nade from Scarface, actually, over towards Turkey.
Still might be resible if he can crawl back to some safety. Onyx Ravens wanting to keep their player alive. And yeah, DA just a little bit too far away to go for this flush. DA only have 2 players remaining as well. So Onyx Ravens do have the numbers. Unfortunately for DA, looks like they are going to get that res. Yeah, you got to go put it through the window, Scarface. Try again. Much better. Oh, even better than that. Wow. Okay, I didn't expect that to actually get the flush, but he gets the point. He takes Onyx Ravens down to 3.
They got it right through the window and a door and another door.
He was like, I missed that last one. Okay, I've got to make this look good. And he did.
Yeah, I'm gonna triple hit this next one.
Not even double? Whoa.
The triple.
That's
Twist
crazy.
in minds, though, Yusuf actually taking shots over towards Virtus Pro. Taking a while to get this one working. Anyway, this is the circle I was talking about beforehand.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of teams understood that this is what was likely to happen anyway. But just you have to hesitate. It's like I hesitated about saying hesitation. You have to hesitate to move towards this spot, otherwise you just get shot out. I think RCB probably had the most comfortable rotation here because they just left from South Yaz, sent down towards the compound that sits on the east side of Yaz Fields and keep you safe for a while. Na'Vi also will make their move out. I think Na'Vi makes some pretty bold rotations. And I think they're so bold that people don't have time to react to them.
This is a replay of Power getting 2 of their players bonked away on Potato Hill. Taking down to half mast on their player count.
There is a fight between Moneymakers and Spirit.
Oh, this is big. Oh, it's losing Nomi as well on the backlines here. Pretty bad start. Team Spirit as well with Naomi down. Effect and Kitsune there. And they are just getting run away from this position. A really strong hilltop for the Moneymakers.
This is honest. This is likely to be a specialty play for the Moneymakers, right? I think they're one of the quickest teams in the lobby to be able to do this. We just haven't seen it all that often coming out from Moneymakers. It's sort of their special move. Wow, effect going down too. Nightmare. Yeah, that's their special move, like their ultimate, right? Is the Moneymakers get one knock on you, and then they are so quick to capitalize on that. I think a lot of teams just don't expect the push to come through so quickly. They're very confident in their 4v3s. Put it that way.
Onyx Ravens trying to shunt in from that northeast side. Brute Force trying to slow them down, but it's a 1-for-1 on the knock. And Onyx Ravens closer by to get this res. Chudo there right out towards the blue, and Freezer has to dash in with the vehicle to look for the res. It's stage 4 though, and I think they might have just spotted it. It's Twisted Minds. Hang on a minute. They're going to take a shot over towards Vigors. Saleh is the only now last standing player for Onyx Ravens. They've had a tough time of it there on the eastern edge. Brute Force and Twisted Minds might just crunch them on in. Brute Force trying to push in past Foot Chaos in the meantime as well.
Chaos. Oh, on that southeast side, you're right. Trying to get in towards it. Twisted Minds, it's Dammy here. Coming against RCB. Going for blow for blow at the moment. RCB down to 3. Wild very low.
Silas gets spotted. That's an off angle from Foot Chaos to actually find Silas. Luxy going to want to look for this res here. A nade on in as Wild finds an off angle to get the flush onto the Twisted Minds player at the back. But Wild's out in the open, very wide. Never Alone wants to put a nade in to just seal the deal. Loxy moving in the meantime, trying to put pressure on. Wild drawing the attention, allowing Loxy to get close, but he's down now. And can Loxy hold face? Silas is back up to his feet. Nades being cooked both ways. Is anyone going to find value for them? In through the door, around the edge, the vehicle hops up, but it's not going to find the damage onto RCB. Silas lining up for some spray, but really not getting too much done. In the meantime, the circle shifts all the way out west, and it's the Moneymakers Hilltop, where Team Spirit got shunted away. That's super important here. Never Alone finally going down, and RCB with a 2-player advantage.
Just not able to get that nade far enough here. Oh, that's a nice nade, but it pops a little bit too late. Silas maybe looking for another one here. Doesn't do enough damage. No more nades now for Dammy. Another one for Silas. Looks like Dammy's going to try and head towards the back side of the building there. A little bit careless. I'd be so mad if I was Wild that if RCB didn't win this fight. He gave them so much time to move around the side there, John. To actually get the nades in, or at least make a push that was totally unawares of what was going on behind them. So yeah, I'd be pretty upset.
This circle is basically an exact repeat of last match, Blank, in the final circle. Teams obviously different. Team Spirit getting pushed off the hill was massive for this game. Moneymakers looking to profit heavily off of this. They've got so much control and nobody's really challenging them in this location.
No, not at all. Again, for Team Spirit, this could have been an easy profit on the game. Losing a play like that, I think probably Moneymaker's the worst team to come up against in that situation as soon as they lost that first initial knock. But yeah, so Team Spirit will be kicking themselves for that one. Only 3 more games to beat out over DA. Again, we've got to consider the fact that Brute Force could also have a good game here. Already up into the top 10. Bit awkward location to be playing. Right on the edge of the circle. RCB, Football is Chaos in the backlines as well. Desperately trying to get rid of Na'Vi in front of them, but having a tough time of it.
6 goes down as Na'Vi try and move forwards. Nades trading through these ditches, always a dangerous game. And nobody really ends up winning most of the time. But if Brute Force can stay alive as 4 on the backside of this fight, then they are going to have a great time moving in from the eastern edge. But the nades will continue from everybody and every angle. In comes Foot Chaos into the high ground, and Brute Force's crater is going to potentially become a graveyard, as they do have to be very, very worried about that angle. They need a knock-in response. They need smoke cover. They need anything they can get.
Something in the situation. Nice shots from Neos, though. Falcon has even pushed off the line. Prepod flushing that away. It's a hard position to be holding on to for Brute Force. They're still just about managing it, John.
Nade over the top towards Na'Vi again. They must be running pretty thin on the ground on them by now, but it looks like they're still going to bombard on up. Handily taking care of Foot Chaos on that back. Will be such a valuable position. The circle shifts again, and it keeps the Moneymakers hillside in, keeps that high ground in. Falconess as well, pretty happy. 5 flux on the north side. Na'Vi just not going down despite continual bombardment from Brute Force.
Honestly, I'm very surprised that Brute Force has lived this long. They have to do something pretty drastic now, though. They want to make it through. stun grenade goes off, actually prevents them from seeing this wide swipe coming through from the other half of the team from Brute Force. Frieza has to get a good grenade. We know how much of a value player Frieza is. He starts to pull the pin out. Actually might hit this one over towards
there
6.
it is.
It's great.
And another one in the backlines as well comes through from his teammate. Puncher suppresses the line, but it is all action stations for Na'Vi. Same story for Brute Force as they pour in over the top, immediately converting their advantage. Is there an answer from RCB? Do they do anything with this? No. They're already in the circle. They don't need to step further out. They want to bide their time. Brute Force looking to try and put the pieces back together, but DA have an off angle. Scarface is still here. There's Virtus Pro eating bullets from Moneymakers, and they have been pretty deadly today. On this match, they've done well. They are up to 10 elims at this stage. Brute Force are on 8. They have had a great start to the day to boot.
Yeah, I think for Brute Force, that could have been a very awkward situation, but seriously Fortress-like coming through from Brute Force to be able to hold on to it. I think even if they went out now, John, they'd be pretty pleased with this result, because this is honestly a game that they should not have done this well at all in. So you see this game as basically a blessing for yourself. You're taking a game that you should in no world get towards the top 7, yet come out of it with a 8-point elimination and potentially even more than that. So I think for Brute Force, wonderful job here. Gives them even more chances towards the end of the day to be able to pick up a huge amount of points. This was this unbelievable shot coming through from Chudo. I think even the slug went slightly out to the left side there and picked up the other player. It might have been a 3-for-1, which you never see. You get a 2-for-1, a 3-for-1, unheard of.
High value shells there. Cool stuff. Brute Force looking for another crater crash. They go straight on in towards RCB, and it's the same story over again. Chudo is going to get knocked pre-pod as well. Got pinged away on his crossing, but I think there's smoke, and I think they might have the cover to go back for it as well. Just establish a little bit more cover for the time being. Pre-pod has some time to play with. They are in the zone as well. They can hold their nerve for slightly longer. 10 eliminations for the Moneymakers, 10 for Brute Force. It's the Clash of the Titans on the southeast side.
Yeah, should be able to get a lot of death crates here as well for Brute Force. So likely got themselves some good pickups. Fireflux will have to leave an awkward location on this north side eventually. Surprised, man. I'm surprised by Brute Force. DA also going down in 7th. Over 6th, so I think they went out just before RCB died. So they want to get too many points on the placements there with only 1 elimination. It's sort of amusing. And I think Brute Force at this rate probably could do it.
I think Brute Force might have just done enough as well to jump into first place. They were pretty close behind DA. With those 2 points earned on DA's match, Brute Force have a lot more still in the gas tank. South shift on a circle. Likely they see 3rd place here. Fireflux making their move now, and it's towards Brute Force. These points might just be added up, but Lux has the shot onto Neos. Neos is down. Prepod is flushed away, and they're only 2 players now on the hold. Fireflux have found an opening, but Moneymakers keep them safe. Down in the ditch, Chudo moves in. He might have the shots from Moneymakers to worry about as they continue to go for the spray. Freezer looking to cook a nade of his own, and there's answers from Fireflux back and forth, but it is Fireflux who eat the majority of the damage here, leaving just Catch alive and no more than that. 11 eliminations racked up for Brute Force, but they're down to 2.
Just 2 players, but 11 eliminations, like you say. Fantastic game right now for Brute Force. Doing a wonderful job. Good shot from Koa. Falcons, a weird way to park yourself there, honestly.
Can't park there, mate.
Felt like it was a bit more, it was DoorDash eliminations for the Moneymakers. Up to 15 elims on the game. Gigantic match for them so far.
Falcons down, 4th place. 3rd place minimum for both Virtus Pro and Brute Force, but I think it's quite unlikely that anyone takes Moneymakers down. This hillside has now provided, well, not yet, but most likely to provide 2 chicken dinners in a row on a very similar circle. And Team Spirit could have been here. They could have been the team doing exactly this, racking up a huge back-to-back, but no, the Moneymakers took it away from them.
Yeah, rough on that one. Again, I think there's very few teams like the Moneymakers who are as hungry and as fast on the approach. Team Spirit gets completely caught off guard by it. Again, lots of valuable lessons been learned today. Right on the final one, and I hope teams don't come out of this one thinking that it's the day before a couple of days break. Don't think about this one too much. You absolutely need to. I think there's been some mega plays coming out here as there is finally a proper surge in terms of the sprint towards first place. Teams starting to realize just how valuable these points are, the bonus points, that is.
Team's really starting to come out of the woodwork as well.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, it's sort of, you just have so many teams that you kind of not forgot about, but weren't maybe super present in the mind. Brute Force, I mean, they survived a lot of nades. Are the Moneymakers going to be any different? Not going to tag with the first. The Ridgeline, though, very much controlled. I'm surprised Virtus Pro aren't stepping up. Chudo goes very, very low, but stays alive. And here's a spray from Corker. Moneymakers eating bullets from all angles now. And they do need to be worried. With Havlik down, Chudo does get re-knocked. They should be able to get that flush with the nade. That looks to be on target. It's a little high, but it's long from off angle. And Bishke that finds that knock, finds that flush. One player now left. Freezer in action for Brute Force. Moneymakers turn their attention over towards Virtus Pro. Milky Way hops out, immediately shut down by Bishke. And that is going to be Brute Force taken down in third place. Virtus Pro ladder up, and it's just Corker to remain against all four of the Moneymakers. They've got the buggies. They've got the vehicles. Do they have the speed and aggression to take him down? You betcha. As they pin him to the wall, pepper him with bullets. And that is the final elimination to rack up 18 eliminations on the chicken dinner. Not quite going to stand up
to 19 now.
That might be 19 right at the end. You might be right. Not quite going to break the record. It would have been yesterday, but S2G still hold that title. My question, how much damage did they do?
Yeah, it was a crazy game coming through from the Moneymakers. And it felt like they got their groove back a bit, right? It's that speed and aggression, which is the important thing for this team. That's what they're able to capitalize on. I think that in terms of just reflexes and instinct, they're one of our best teams in the lobby. Not to mention that they started off by taking down IWNRX, who, again, are not going to be able to get towards that top side of the table unless they have something drastic happen towards the end of the day. Miramars, they tend to do a little bit better on, so potentially there's hope for them there for any IWNRX fans in the chat. But yeah, some pretty interesting maneuvers here. Again, I think Team Spirit wouldn't be too unhappy with a top 3. But that still requires them to continue doing well today, right? Versus DA and Brute Force. Potentially some other teams underneath them like Power. Because I think they would now be one of the few teams that has had a strong placing in both weeks.
It would be pretty interesting to see how that shakes up the inter-week standings. You're right, so we'll have to keep track of that as time goes on, but really the big story here, what Moneymakers were able to do. The fact that Bishke has highest damage on 866 means that necessarily they cannot have beaten S2G's damage record, by the way, because remember, they got 5k. In order for 5k to be possible, you need to have over 1.25k damage on your highest damage player, because otherwise you can't multiply it by 4, right, and get over 5k. So definitely not going to stand up to the S2G record, but still a dominating performance from Moneymakers. And to be able to take Team Spirit off a position that they just won from as well, that is a statement.
Yeah, that hurts. That really hurts the soul for Team Spirit, I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, Moneymakers take a potential first place gaining game there for Team Spirit off their hands, and pretty quickly as well. I think that speed is the name of the game, Moneymakers. They're not going fast, they tend to trip over themselves, so they really do need to speed things up just a little bit in their matches, which is fine. If that's their play style, they need to capitalize off the back of it, because they're really good at being that shock and awe type of team.
They certainly were pretty... I was going to say shocking and awful, but it's kind of the opposite of that, right? It's whatever the opposite of that is. Onyx Ravens, 3 points. This last page actually looking pretty barren and resident by Team Spirit and Digital Athletics, 2 teams who were chasing for those top spots. Power Esports as well, another team up there that was looking for it. So a great chance for Brute Force to put a massive dent in the scoreboards as they stand in the overall rankings for this week. Be interesting to see how it lies. I'm pretty sure they've made first place off that match.
Yeah, I would not be surprised either. I think DA weren't able to get the most amount of elimination points, and it was the placement points as well, which I think with the big kicker there, including, I think it was like 11, 12 elims for Brute Force.
Yeah.
So that should definitely now be a first place position secured for the guys on BF. After what was a pretty drastic comeback day for them, to even allow them to be in this position in the first place.
I mean, at this point, they've had more good days than bad days this week, and it's showing, right? Obviously, I suppose, kind of evidently from the performances they've had. But no, they're drawing and they're losing the tiebreaker. Okay,
Yeah.
we've got more tiebreakers on the board here. We only have, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different scores on this top 8.
Yeah. Though I will say Brute Force probably hasn't had more good days than bad days, right? Their first 2 days were pretty rubbish. And we're only halfway through into this second day. So if the second day finishes out the way it started, then yeah, they'll be on equal balance.
Their second day, they had
Equal
one
balance.
chicken dinner. And that's, yeah, okay. So maybe, like, I would say 1.5 bad days for Brute Force. I'm really splitting hairs here, so I'll
I mean,
give
if you look at that second day, the amount of points they're able to get even with that chicken dinner, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, here's the shifted down overall ranking. 17th place, 83. Heroic Na'Vi still, don't think they're going to be able to jump out of those bottom 4 there. But the Moneymakers, they are up on 113 points after that match. And after the fact, like, to get 29 points and be only on 113 points is it kind of goes to show what the Moneymakers have been doing, which is mostly nothing over the last few days. Today, though, they've had a good one. 19 points on eliminations, 10 from the chicken dinner. That's going to be a breath of fresh air, but they still have more to do. They've got a few more games to do it. We'll see you after the break.
Nigma Galaxy, very controversial team.
Moneymakers.
Bro, for me, they'll be here, bro. They'll be here.
They play pretty good, but like they choke always the final.
Hello, I'm Coops.
Hello, I'm Lufa, and we're going to do power rankings.
Hello, it's Noix from 3D Max, and I'm with Robs today for our power ranking.
Hello everyone, I'm Icy.
Hello everyone, I'm Cola77.
And today we invite you to watch our power rankings for PMSL EMEA.
How about digital athletics? See this? See this?
Moneymakers.
Best team.
Yep, I think Top Guns for sure.
Moneymaker is a team that can be all the way on top or all the way down.
Na'Vi. Na'Vi.
Na'Vi.
It's full Kazakhstan team.
Yeah, but they have Beka now.
Yeah, they have Beka.
No space in Dark Horses.
Bro, let's put them.
Let's put them.
Dark Horses as well. I don't know, sometimes they're good, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not. Oh
Brute Force.
Put them on the block. No, put them right inside.
Stuji,
Our main rival.
Yeah, Revival.
S2G actually, it's the best team of Turkey if we talk about result.
Yeah.
So for me, it's gonna be equal with Fireflux.
I'd put them as Top Guns, because
yeah.
their history is pretty good.
I don't know if it's this or this.
I think this is OXR.
Bro, this is Dark Horse, bro.
Put them as new challengers.
3D Max, they're very good team.
Yeah, I'll put them Top Guns as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we have good gun skill.
Yeah.
But
I think I will put Hero, you know. I have Enigma Galaxy. I don't know, they have a new player, so I don't know really how they play.
they don't have Freak too.
Yeah, too. So I will put they in maybe Dark Horse.
I really don't know where to put them.
Dark Horses maybe.
It's full already, bro.
Nah, no need to choose this, bro. We're gonna put it. These are power rankings.
I think we have good ranking.
This is our power ranking for PMSL EMEA.
Yeah.
Thank you for
I would
watching.
like to invite you guys to come watch us tomorrow
And support.
and support. And thank you all.
See you, peace out.
See you.
We have had a bit of a string of pretty darn powerful chicken dinners, I think it's safe to say, Blank. We've been treated to a strong one with Sanok, followed by 2 Erangels that have gone basically to the same place and been won from the same position twice in a row. Different teams, though, as Team Spirit were denied that access the second time around by the Moneymakers, who were able to put up 19 eliminations on the board. So, when we're thinking about who has the possibility of taking those top spots, you kind of have to consider a lot more people than maybe we were thinking, because today seems that there's something in the water, because they are powerful today.
Yeah, I think teams are realizing that this is very much time to get things back on board, but it's also time for some TDM, and it's an interesting challenge yesterday that we saw. It's IWNRX coming up against S2G today. Here are our current results. And how many remaining we have here.
MVP from yesterday was, I would say, of course, but it was kind of a little bit of a sneaky surprise. It was Zedwolf from IWNRX, who have played in a TDM before. They played earlier on, and they called out S2G, the team that we thought the MVP was going to be from. So they've really sort of made a statement here. And S2G, they will be seen for the only time today, remember, because they are not playing in today's matches. They have to compete in the TDM, however, with the chance of winning $500. I'm not I didn't check, actually, but I don't know if S2G have played in a TDM before. Either way, potential for things to change. He's ready for it.
Going on from Hamzy.
Hyping him in.
Yeah, I mean, reasonable, 100%. Here's our trophy that everyone's playing for. The end of all of this. Yeah, IWNRX just getting ready to get things underway on their challenge versus S2G.
Moving forwards, Hamzy. He was pretty hyped up, but that's not how you want to start. IWNRX definitely with the lead early on, and Swain should get the heel off as well.
Yeah, get things back up to speed. S2G getting kind of crumpled right now.
This is not pretty. Earlier on. That might be a little bit better, though. Oh, no way.
Never mind.
Okay, that's bad. You can't be doing that. You got to get better than that. 7-1. This is the biggest early lead we've seen.
It really is. I don't know what's happened to S2G here.
They got 20 elims in one game. Come on. Do better than this.
I mean, to be fair, they did say in their trash talk that the team they wanted to 4v4 against the most twisted minds. They beat them easily. So maybe IWNRX is not who they were expecting to go up against.
Crazy. Goes down. 4 points to the lead. I mean, it shrunk a little bit right from the get-go. Okay, they're now down to 3-point gap, but IWNRX had a refresh on that ammo. It seems like Swain's just ethereal here, though. They just can't hit him.
He's all over the place. Zed will provide some of that information back right now. Razy also hanging out on the side. Again, a little bit more slower play without the slides and nades.
7-point difference now, though. IWNRX absolutely winning out these trades. Kind of just every single time.
Yeah, 7-point lead is kind of wild. Only 2 minutes in as well. I mean, at this rate, we're finishing in another 3 mins.
Wow, okay. It's really getting a little bit silly now. Come on. S2G, you're better than this. I know you are. But they're 9 points behind. And they can't even win that trade. Zed Wolf wins it out. Oh my goodness. That is kind of crazy. CEO later wants to try and have a go, but finally able to get it done. Just a slur of HP to keep him alive. But they're still 8 points behind. Hamzy puts it to 7, but still a massively ballooned gap. It's working out for IWNRX.
The type of gap that is hard to come back from. Before certainly happened, but the trades are coming through thick and fast. IWNRX. It just feels like S2G is not quite able to keep up with them.
10 points. 10 points behind. This is brutal. This is really savage.
Yeah.
From IWNRX. They are really not...
Wow.
Giving them any quarter. What is going on? I mean, this is really quite special from IWNRX. And the fact that they just haven't really gotten anything done today as well, so far, is makes this a little bit interesting, right? They've had some strength, some chances, but haven't impressed to this degree. Certainly, 9 points still in the lead, and they've maintained that. 31 points. They're into the final 10.
I mean, for IWNRX, we always knew that it was strong in terms of elite firepower, but occasions that hasn't been as clean. But this game has been so sweet, unbelievable. Absolutely good teams here with EDM versus Titan.
2 points now needed for IWNRX, down to 1, and Frozen's holding the angle against Hamzy, trying to push forwards. This is the most dominating performance we've seen in a TDM, and it will be Swain to land the final blow to rack them up. 40 eliminations against 27 from S2G, which is a massive, massive margin. We haven't seen a TDM that one-sided so far this tournament. So coming off the back of the MVP, IWNRX going to be happy about that. Celebrations going down on the team. And a good call out, seemingly.
I mean, fair play to them. They absolutely ripped them to pieces. They're laughing about it as well. S2G with the lowest scoreline out of any team.
This is interesting as well. IWNRX with the 2 most dominating performances in this TDM list, right? 40-30 against DA and 40-27 against S2G.
I think they're going to challenge, if they get another MVP, I think they're going to challenge RCB. Just taking down all the other Turkish teams within the...
I mean, maybe that's... I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Like, why not? If you're going to keep the challenge theme rolling, just keep on going for it. IWNRX, though, have to get an MVP in order to have another challenge. Unless RCB get an MVP and throw a challenge that way. Maybe. Remains to be seen.
Maybe.
We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more Erangel. And away we go for another Erangel, the third and final Erangel of week 2, of course, because we are right towards the end in our final day of this week before we distribute another set of bonus points magnanimously to all our participants before unscrupulously taking half of them back away. You know, that's Max and Jason's department. I don't get involved with that. I just like to give them out.
Got to cut them in half at some point. Let's be honest.
Like
can't
a
be
bad
giving them too
magician.
many. True. But yeah, I'm excited to get into this final game of Erangel before we take our little break and head into week 3, the last week before the finals, by the way. So make sure you're watching for that final week so you can stay up to date with absolutely everything that's going on here over at the PUBG mobile scene, at least for EMEA. There's plenty of other action going on. If you're a diehard PUBG mobile fan, we've got a few other PMSLs that you can check in with if you watch the VODs. Make sure you're fully prepared to watch what goes down over at the PMWC.
You got to be ready. You got to be prepared because they're going to be coming at you from all angles, from every single region. Obviously, doing quite a lot of preparation for the PMWC. Everyone is going to be trying to take their best foot forwards. Speaking though of EMEA, it's been quite interesting to see how their playstyle has developed into this PMSL, and I think on the global stage, it's going to see them a lot better. And if Brute Force can keep on going like they have been today, well, I feel like they might just have a shot on that global stage as well. They are doing incredible work right now over the last few days to add to their points totals. Their resurgence has been impeccable from the start of this week, where it wasn't quite the greatest situation for them.
Yeah, it's kind of funny seeing those stats there with the 1,200 damage with the average placement at 8, which just shows you how bad those first couple of days were for them, that it's still dragging down their average placement by that much. Regardless of that, though, the eliminations are good, as well as the placement points that have been accrued over the past couple of days, and they're looking to continue going into the future. Just grab that man's forehead. I've never seen that before.
Well, sometimes that's just no, got nothing. Brute Force unleashing the beast on that previous match with Monster Energy, our official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA, and you can find out all about it at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. That's right, that's where you can go and check everything out. So go ahead and do that right now, but come back very quickly because our next game is about to start.
The old juice line here from Monster Energy.
Oh,
See
yeah.
some cool cans. Mango Loco.
It's my favorite, I think.
Monarch. Just nothing else there, just Monarch. I'm not sure what that flavor is, but it looks tasty. It's orange. Big fan. There it is.
There we go. Yeah, very, very juicy from Juiced for Monster. I'm informed anyway. I have only tried the Mango Loco out of that range. It's pretty good though. I enjoy it.
Everyone's drinking Monarch because they want to be the kings of PMSL EMEA.
There can be only one though. I suppose 4, technically. There can be only
I
one
think
team.
There's only one kingly team.
Who are you
Yeah,
thinking?
you can't have a 4 kings job. Defeats the purpose. Can't lead as 4 kings.
Well, hang on a minute. Isn't that the entire plot of like the whole Chronicles of Narnia?
What, leading as 4 kings?
They have 4 monarchs.
Yeah, but of different zones.
No, they all rule from the same place, and like Aslan's like, yeah, there's like 4 monarchs now. Get over it.
That's like a council.
Yeah,
They're just kidding themselves.
Yeah, but there's King Peter and Edmund, and Queen Lucy and Susan.
Yeah, I'm not trying to debate the fact that it happened. I'm just saying.
Also,
that,
they then abandoned their thrones for centuries,
exactly.
so it really didn't go well.
I'm just saying, politically, it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, that's probably, that might be true. I'm not entirely sure what the impact of that would be geopolitically. But
ever
let's
seen
take a
Two
look
Kings?
instead. Well, yeah, absolutely. On the screen right now, Scarface and Neos.
True.
They have both been performing so far over the last few days. And you can see their stats compared for this week. This is week 2 stats between these two players. Obviously, some great performances coming through for both of these players. 420 average damage for Scarface. Very cool.
Yeah, it's funny. Again, these are weird stats from Brute Force just because they're basically stats over 1.5 days. And I guess a little bit from the first couple of days. They didn't have great days. They didn't have 2 terrible days, but it definitely wasn't what we were expecting. But those have dragged the stats down a bit. So honestly, for Brute Force, those would be a lot higher in isolation of just the 2 past days that we've seen. And the fact that he's still keeping up with Scarface, very surprising.
Certainly agree on that. We'll be keeping track of their progression as time moves forwards, but we are into our last Erangel of week 2. Currently, DA tied in first place with Brute Force on 168. DA just about winning out that tiebreaker. They're looking to put some difference between the two of them, though, this time around, with Team Spirit just around the corner as well. They're going to have to be worried. On 162, 6 points behind them on the tiebreaker. Team Spirit will want to try and stand out, catch them up with the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official smartphone of the PMSL EMEA.
Heading over to Erangel, we have our plane path from the south side of the map, actually, heading up towards the west. A little bit of a difficult plane path to work with, actually, I would say. Probably one of the most difficult ones today. Even over on Sandhook, this is rough.
Expecting some hot drops potentially in Novo, or certainly around the vehicles near Military Island.
Yeah, the spawns down towards this west side are going to be a bit of a nightmare.
I think Team Spirit might have a little bit more to contend with than usual as well, because it looks like RCB have dropped out similar location, maybe trying to scrabble for some of those vehicles. Novo doesn't seem to be overpopulated. It is just Brute Force, but maybe Milta will be a little bit more dangerous for VP and Na'Vi. Not too much more to worry about. I think the main thing here for me is RCB and Team Spirit right now. But that southwest side might also get a little bit heated.
Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, it's always an interesting one because there is very few vehicles around farm area, so you sort of have to go wide out towards that western side, which is why sometimes you'll see Effect get taken down because he does play out towards that area to pick up a vehicle. But it looks like RCB is going to send a little bit further forward. Again, I don't think RCB is all that known for in terms of their 4v4 control. I think tactically they're pretty sound, but in terms of fights, we are starting to see like the rise of some of these heavy elimination squads who just seem to outdo them a lot of times in that regard.
Right now, RCB seemingly safe, but we've seen Kitsune tag a parachute player before, and Silas might be next up on the menu. Naomi closest by, but still a couple of 100 meters out. Yeah, they are just fully going further north for RCB, so not really too much to worry about. That western side, obviously, way more heavily populated, and I don't think that's going to change too much with the circle as it is. Are we going to see another bridge camp, though, from IWNRX, or are they going to prioritize getting closer to the middle of this circle because it is right on that western side? And if you stay near the bridge too long, well, it might just be too far for you to stay out that long. You might be denied entry later on in. So the question is, do you take that gamble in the hope that you can accrue points?
Yeah, I think we've seen some pretty key locations over towards this western side as well. DA on a massive split, by the way, over towards the southwest. Looking to hold on to many critical locations. And I think they understand because they are... Oof, that was a nice shot from Poser. I think they understand because they are probably the furthest team towards that western side. They likely have a pretty great chance at being able to hold on to a lot of these locations and make a decision later. Most teams will be crunched up towards that eastern side. Probably a few teams heading over towards Sosnovka, which means that they'll take longer to get across those bridges. So I like this play from D8. I think it makes sense within the context of the game.
Poser happy to pick up the point. The Falcons split a little bit around. Looks like they're going to play for South George crates, maybe, or actually just go all the way to North George. And I think that might be the wiser decision. They should have seen Heroic going to South George, and nobody else really heading out to North George just yet. So an open drop spot and pretty big amount of loot there for them as well that they can utilize to move south of the river further on, which is why I think Kakali is holding out. But they're still on a wide split. So potentially Besiktas with some vulnerability on this northern edge.
Yeah, potentially. I think at the moment they're slightly worried about the fact that Falcons is cutting in between them. It should be okay. There doesn't seem to be anyone in North Georgia either, with Gladiators not in the game and 3D Max not holding up this position. There is more room to play on this north side than there was before, which does make Besiktas' ensuing rotations a lot easier to contend with.
Virtus Pro on the eastern side, playing Lepovka, split with Milta Power as well, but no one really challenging them there at all, which is kind of surprising, given how the playing path started, but they weren't really under any pressure there. Navi a little bit closer to the west on Milta, but certainly a lot of rotational paths available to Virtus Pro. They'll have to make their choice soon. Regnum Kaya Bra Esports, they are in a Roshok split out with Loxy out to the east side of it, but still very accessible to get back together again. Do they go north or south of the river, though? Do they want to try and swing on through, try and maybe take a position around Everest? Because I feel like those compounds are going to gain value very, very quickly as teams start to move in. So teams like Power, for instance, I think they're in a great spot for transitionability into these later circles.
Yeah, having advantage over those compounds is such a huge boon to you, especially because they're on that staging that comes down off the hill. You tend to have that high ground and also just safety in general. I hate rotating down on the eastern side of Everest. So open to teams that do play in that position. You do have to get there first. So there's a few teams who have that potential. IWNRX making a quick rotate down towards that south side alongside both Power and DA. Hoping get some position on the south. I think DA heading up towards the western side of Hospital instead of gambling on all those locations they scouted out beforehand on the south is maybe a bit strange. I'm not sure.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see if it is the correct decision for them. Onyx Ravens, a little bit of a scrap right now with Foot Chaos, but once they extricate themselves from that, I'll answer a question that I asked earlier. IWNRX did not go for the bridge camp this time around. They want to go center of the circle, which is probably the right decision in my book to not hold this one out, especially when you know they're going to be very, very wary of going for this crossing this time around, and it's unlikely you'll have the same impact. But Onyx Ravens and Foot Chaos are going to have to get there first, and actually Brute Force might be there ahead of them to potentially bridge camp themselves, because sending forwards towards Falconess, who turns him away. Spray on the sidelines. Turkey's closer as well. Kairos exposed for a moment, but tucks back in before he gets punished for it.
Falconess has a nade in hand. Potentially looking to drop it down, but it's all just so chaotic over towards the side of things. Players all over the place. Nade goes through. Should get a good chunk of damage done. And there is shots been sent back from Footballist. Kairos is down. Where is he going?
Ali into the stratosphere with that vehicle rotation. Two players from Onyx Ravens down, traded off for 2 knocks over towards Foot Chaos. Jumping out wide, tries to go in with the DBS, but Saleh is quicker on the trigger, and it will be the SK-12 to win out that trade. Last player now standing, Dokkan Machine for Foot Chaos, trying to suppress the sideline. Saleh spotted as well. Beautiful hold by Dokkan Machine, swaps out to the Org, and it's Ali to go last. Can Foot Chaos get themselves back? Storm is the lowest, and I think they can get a full 4 res here.
Yeah, stage 1, easily done. Should be able to get Storm up if they're quick. And for Footballist, fantastic stuff. And with Brute Force already making their move out from Sosnovka, there is an open pathway ahead of them up towards that north side. Stage 2 almost here. We'll see exactly where it does center up. See if it is able to favor some of these teams on the outer edges. Ooh, look at that. So for DA right now, there is certainly some spots that they scouted out earlier on that they should be able to send over to. Question is whether IWNRX is going to allow them to do that because they have crunched them in over towards that north side.
The foothills of Everest becoming treacherous now as teams try to take these positions, some more successfully than others. I think Power were there first and rightly will defend that position. Twisted Minds taking a knock. Jafar puts Dami in the casualty seat, carries him hopefully to the rest of his team. The vehicle in smoke. Oh, you're super exposed for a little bit longer than maybe you'd like there, but Dami's out and can get rezzed.
Yeah, this is sort of where I'd like Power to just make a quick approach onto this one, sort of the moneymakers play, right? We'll wait and see if that does occur. Look at that alley through the air. A little bit far from the fight. Sally did a fairly good job, but not quite enough. And Ali came in too little too late, basically. Almost clutched it out. I mean, it was much closer than we made it out to be.
Yeah, I mean, with Foot Chaos getting back to 4, the same would have been true for Onyx Ravens had they been able to survive that final engagement. They did have both their players knocked, and they could have been rezzed as well. But it's not going to happen. And still, Foot Chaos have yet to leave that military island. They are mounting up now after healing through, but they're going to have to get on a little bit faster to get out of that ticking damage. The areas around Quarry now starting to go up in value. That's Brute Force, that's Moneymakers, and that's Digital Athletics, who slipped back down that west coast.
Yeah, we're able to get back towards a position on that side. Again, this is where Moneymakers get themselves in a position much earlier, though. And Brute Force are also here. So DA might be locked out of the gate. We'll have to camp outside for a little bit.
Havlik, southwest side, with the Moneymakers. This is a difficult position to play, I think, for the Moneymakers. It's good if you have to stay where you are, but your rotational paths from here, they're basically, there's 2 choices. You go left or you go right. Going through the middle of Quarry, I don't think I'd recommend, because you cut off all your information gathering. You make a lot of noise trying to go for that as well. Teams around the other edges of this Quarry will just be able to hear you and know that you're coming straight away. Prepare immediately for that defense. So you do want to be heading west or east. And generally, both of those locations are going to be pretty full when you're on that south side of this circle. So difficult position for Moneymakers to go through, but we know that they can swarm very effectively on any weakness.
Yeah, again, that is the big thing for the Moneymakers, is that if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile a lot of times. Recently hasn't been the case, but today feels like they've gained a bit of that spark back, and that is a horrid shift for a lot of teams here. Heads out over towards that eastern side. Team Spirit pretty happy with their gamble on this compound. I think this is a smart decision alongside with Power, where you know that you're not getting over towards this western side without casualty, so you just hope to God that your compound is close enough to the middle of the circle that it might benefit you when the shift comes through.
IWNRX having it, it is IWNRX, sorry, challenging to share this compound, and I think that Team Spirit are going to allow this. Unlikely that you push on through, but in a way, this kind of makes this compound stronger, right? Because if you were trying to hold all of this with 4 players, it presents a few weaknesses for teams to try and crash on. You can isolate a fight, but with another team unwilling to go for a push onto you, in general, you can fend off on all of the angles a lot stronger. The difficulty is, if you get crashed, they can third party very, very quickly.
Yeah, you sort of have the hierarchy, though, here between Team Spirit as well as IWNRX, because IWNRX is definitely lower on that hierarchy. It's a lot harder to crash this position that Team Spirit's currently in than it is to crash IWNRX's position. So always Team Spirit should have the advantage on these fights. I can't imagine a team like IWNRX is just going to allow Team Spirit to wander around casually up towards their south side. Oh dear, this has gone badly.
Although RCB do need to find this final knock, and Dami is the one to try and fend it off. Wild and Kiss both in action, and they're a little bit split along the trench here. Kiss suppressing the angle, but Now Wild is down. It's a 1 versus 1. Third party coming in though. Besiktas should just put a stop to all of this. I don't see either of these two teams succeeding for much longer. An aid on in, and in comes Power as well. This fight just got a whole lot spicier. Besiktas being the backstop up on the north edge, and on the south, Power drop into the craters.
Yeah, it should be a pretty easy and clean play here for Besiktas. They hear this fighting. The fight goes on for a long, long time. They swoop in, and they'll pick up the points because of it.
DA
very nicely done.
On the west as well. DA have made a little bit of a close approach on this. They've heard all this scrapping. They know more must be popping off, but instead of going in for a third party, look at what they're doing. They're doing that DA classic strat of getting ahead of this, and then they can start to fend off the players trying to make use of this position.
Power. Move in, like you say. It's a smart play. Al-Hadji does go down in the process, though, which is not ideal. Fidan debating whether to send back for him.
I feel like you do, especially with the cover of the chopstick. Even if it is a little bit sparse, should be okay for now. Circle straight on top of that compound that we talked about earlier with Team Spirit and with IWNRX.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for both these teams. Pick up some big points this match. Brute Force going down earlier as well does open the gates here for Team Spirit. DA getting a strong position ahead of the chopsticks, though. That is the interesting play here. I mean, they have been all around the circle at the moment, searching for openings.
Virtus Pro. And the South trying to roll on in. The first goes down. Fireflux have the shots behind them as well, so a crossfire onto Virtus Pro's approach to that position, and you can see the elimination feed lighting up the wrong way round for Virtus Pro fans. Unfortunately, Heroic as well with the challenge on the Moneymakers. 2 of their players are down. Virtus Pro did get eliminated on that crash, and Team Spirit is still on 4. But Moneymakers in danger now against Heroic of all teams. A team that has not really done anything so far this week of impressive note, but here they are, challenging off on Moneymakers, who have been incredibly impressive today, if not the rest of the days. And that's a lovely nade over towards Koa, but doesn't quite connect. Vishke trying to suppress, trying to move back. Koa's committing for that heal, but it's just not going to work out for him. The spray, the nade, it's just too much. And Bishke is now the last to stand.
Bishke, all that's remaining. We'll go for a res here. 4 eliminations for Heroic so far. Ragnarok on the ground, but likely to be picked up soon. A lot of teams trying to take control of this high ground over towards the south side. Fireflux happy to stick in their compound down towards the southeast. And it really does feel like DA and Besiktas have been the true winners of that northern side, with Power now clumped up towards a compound on the south road. Still should be able to perhaps hold out DA. Gonna struggle to get there, but it's definitely a place that they can hold this out from.
Ooh, that is nasty little knock there. Moneymakers yet to fully extricate, and they'll be lucky to do so. They are very split for these reses. You talked about Besiktas and DA on that north side. I like Besiktas' position. Again, I've been a fan of their rotations a couple of times for the past while now. They're down in 10th place, but Lewis on that northern edge. The 3 who have moved down on that western side. It's a little bit of a gamble, but if it moves back up to the north, open on the fields, they have a fantastic position to take positions that nobody else has access to. And I like that they've got that foothold down on the South Hills. Should they need to go for a hard shift, they'll have a chance. So on every single circle shift, except for a hard southeast side, they'll be happy with it. Falcons going down. Moneymakers eliminated as well, as Heroic finally end that engagement.
Yeah, Moneymakers, it took them a bit of a while, but Heroic were able to get it done. And now move over towards that high ground. So a bit of a sad end for Moneymakers' streak there versus a team that you sort of didn't expect them to lose to. Team Spirit on the south side of this compound. Technically, IWNRX have the advantage, being in the center of the circle. Again, there is that high ground there for Team Spirit to work with.
It is a little bit minor, though.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a it's the case where it's slightly more, it is more difficult to assault this position for Team Spirit. And most of the time, if you are a crashing team, you're likely to crash onto IWNRX's position first.
Priorities. Na'Vi having a team crash onto them right now. This is southeast side, potential third party from Fireflux if they want to stretch out this way. Na'Vi currently taken 1 knock, but they've given back 2 to Foot Chaos. And I think Fireflux might be thinking about getting involved here as nades start to pour on over the lip, the ridges. Na'Vi lost 2 now. Foot Chaos really not having a good time finding this opening, but Axa does go down. Fireflux up into the wall at this stage. 3 players knocked for Foot Chaos. It's just Oka Machine, and he wants the res. He might just be able to find it. Nades coming on in, and Foot Chaos retract from this aggression. Can Na'Vi stop them? I don't think they can. And Fireflux going to allow Foot Chaos to reset somewhat.
Somehow, some way, Fireflux just backs off. Which is sad to see. Wallace Chaos, though, on that northern edge. We're looking to jump in on this. Storm has to hit some big shots. Does get 1, but will be put down by Puncher. Side swipes there from Docker Machine, though.
Nice stuff to be able to take down Puncher there. Keep Storm in it. They are only 2, so they do need both of their players active. Fireflux, in the meantime, they should just be able to sweep straight on through this compound at this stage. 6 is there, and does go down to a spray from Docker Machine, who is still up and ready for action. He's biting it off. But can he chew it? Because Power are here to go for a backstab, trying to 4th party this engagement and sweep out on this eastern leg.
Heroic slowly making their way up over towards the compound from Team Spirit. I think they're just going to try and hide in their shadow. Besiktas making a long rotate down towards the south side, John.
They've had that foothold on that western hill. They've crossed the road now, and they're closer to the Team Spirit compound. There is a ridgeline that is going to start to fade away from them. You can just see that Tospik and Kakali kind of lining that on the southeast side, on the southwest side, sorry. Poser trying to move around some more of the high ground to get an angle onto Team Spirit's position, but Besiktas now really crunched in towards the edge. Once they go down that hill, the decision's been made for them. They're going to have to crash.
Exactly. Fidan finds 1, and this is Power's Gambit here. On that northern edge, Fireflux decide to just tap out from that engagement. Now Power looks to potentially finish off Na'Vi. Good amount of eliminations here. Fidan was 6.
Real strong performance coming through from Power. With Brute Force out early, with DA out as well. Power and Team Spirit looking to chase for that first place spot. That circle's pretty mean to Besiktas, to Heroic, and actually to Team Spirit. That eastern side needs to conclude fairly soon, but Fireflux have a good shot at this.
Yeah, this really does make like the end game circle very difficult for anyone else but IWNRX and Team Spirit. Team Spirit, like you said, it is mean in the sense that it does open things up. It's also mean because Kitsune has to wait now until the end of this next circle before he can move, because he doesn't want to allow teams on the western side to slip in behind them. All the while, Nomi keeps tabs over towards IWNRX. So this will be a slow pace circle for the teams on the western side. Over towards the east, though, people are desperate to get rid of one another. They can think about maintaining control on this eastern edge. Saar's got a good position.
He is in the commanding seat right now. That high ground. Out to the eastern edge, but Besiktas are making a move, and here comes the crash. They're going north, and they are going to go straight past. Did they lose a player? I'm not even too sure they did. No, they are still as 4, and they get across to the hills on the east side of this. They are in a pocket of this hillside, but now 2 players from Power have to fend off 4 players from Besiktas, as well as keeping tabs on Fireflux and the remaining player of Na'Vi on the south side. This is dangerous. I don't think Power are going to be able to hold this, because Tospik's close enough to get the nade in now.
Dan. Send the grenade over. Tospik.
DBS.
Just about living. Saad still up here, though, which is huge.
Gets the flush.
How long?
The flush is absolutely massive, though. for Power. They have one player left for Besiktas. They lose one of the 4 players on this northeastern side. Vidan will go down, but at the cost of Tospik. Can they hold out? Moving up to that high ground there could be so valuable for them, but Fireflux are going to contest for it.
Team Spirit able to handle Heroic. They also get handed a loot crate for their troubles, John. IWNRX did not want to get involved. Held on to their position on that north side. Real interesting finish here. Really slow paced.
12 points for Power this match, despite going out where they did, is a great result. But Team Spirit still being in it, a dampener on their mood that time around. And Power did have a little bit of a gap still to close before this game against the teams that they're chasing. Besiktas as well, so far today, haven't had the best of times, but again, I've liked their rotations so far. I liked that split 1-3 on the western side, and I really like this move over to the hills. It's just unfortunate that Power are able to extract Tospik from this.
Yeah, I think Besiktas is very good at playing the slow game, honestly. I'll say that right now. There are some times where they're just not able to play super fast into these matches. IWNRX are elated by this shift on the circle, sends upwards. Catch though with a great nade over the top. Will hit Kakali, and a flush there from Solke is massive news for Fireflux's position over on this eastern side.
In they go. Poser spotted, sprayed down. Solke there. Lewis now last to stand for Besiktas. As soon as this closes, the crash onto IWNRX gets actually easier for Team Spirit. If the circle doesn't push them in before this fight concludes, they might have a better shot, but they might not also have that choice. It might be made for them by the timer ticking away, and they're going to have to go for it now. Lewis, the last to stand, means that Fireflux can't quite have that off angle, that third-party potential over towards IWNRX, but Lewis fading away, giving ground, might allow Fireflux into the position to do so. Ketch rolls forwards in the vehicle, and Lewis behind the tree. They know he's there, but can they handle him yet? Team Spirit on the crash.
Ketch finds Lewis. And that'll be that.
Oh, big.
In comes the push here from Team Spirit. Already swaying down. That's massive. Zedwolf flushed out.
Ooh.
Nice shot from Kain, though. Over towards Nomi. They are able to save his life, John.
Just about. I thought he was a goner completely, but they're back up. Can Fireflux move in for a third party, or is Frozen going to change things around with the SK-12 opening up on the door frame, but there's one to answer as well. These reses need to come in right now. Fireflux do not want to let this happen. They can pour nades in through the windows to stop Team Spirit from getting 2 chicken dinners on the Erangels today. He's holding that door frame. He is ready and waiting as Team Spirit start to piece themselves back together. The heals can come through. Are the nades there? And they're in place. They're all up. Kitsune low, but he's going to go for it. Nomi battered, bruised, and will go down again. Another knock onto Kitsune, and the backline starting to have to come in clutch. Just effect now remaining. 3 players on Fireflux to try and take this one away from Team Spirit. Their crash has been bloody. Can they keep it? Solke around the edge here. Effect needs to find a nade, get a knock somewhere. Kitsune flushed. Solke on the corner. He has been spotted, and Effect out wide with the P90, but the Bison is just too much. It bites back, and Fireflux take it away. Team Spirit, second place, denied that chicken dinner.
Yeah, really fast push for Fireflux. And a great timing for them to end that fight over towards that northeast side. I think that honestly, that game was all about timing for Fireflux. The way that they were sort of playing the hokey pokey with a lot of teams, playing out, then back in, then back out again, so they could wait for other teams to conclude their own engagements. It was very cheeky gameplay, and they didn't have to do too much with it. A lot of the other teams in the lobby dealt with each other for them. But yeah, for Team Spirit, I think they get much further into that match than they actually anticipated, considering they had to take a crash over towards IWNRX and won it. I think they'll be actually pleased with that game, to be honest. Yes, that's 3 matches in a row where they had potential for a strong end game, and they get to that end game 2 out of 3 of the times.
A valuable turn of events for them. Power getting a lot of points that match as well. Both of those 2 teams looking to leapfrog DA and Brute Force, who didn't have a strong game this time around, with 2 matches left to play as well. Every game starts to matter more and more because your averages can't quite keep you in in good spirits, right? When it is Team Spirit who start to accelerate away from you, you lose opportunities and you have to go for a couple of more risky plays if you want to stand up. But my contention is that getting first place this week is far less important than just keeping up your overall points, right? Keeping up those bonuses. Sure, you might miss out on 1 or 2 bonus points, but that is far better than dropping down those tables if you're not going for those flashy plays. Or if you do go for those flashy plays and teams behind you, just stay consistent, right? I feel like it is potentially a little bit of a red herring to try and jump up towards the top of those tables. Here are our match rankings, and it's pretty smooth towards the top, all the way down to the 6th place. I mean, this whole front page is a very smooth curve.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, though, jumping up towards that first place, with the fact that they can actually do it right now, and they are doing it with pretty safe games, let's say, too. Like I was saying before, they're one of the few teams that was in the top spots both weeks so far. It has been very different teams in those top spots, other than realistically Team Spirit, probably. And I think that if they can maintain that for 2 weeks, you have a massive buffer going into week 3 in terms of being able to maintain those bonus points that are going to be really important into the finals. I think they've already stamped their ticket to the finals, no matter what at this time. But even if they went down in 10th place, it's likely they'll still be one of the highest bonus points scoring teams here.
I mean, absolutely. At the moment, the cutoff would sit, I believe, around 270 overall points for getting to the finals, with about 90, a little bit more than 90 points a week accrued by the teams down towards 16th place, although that might change this week. It feels like there's been a little bit of a different points dynamic. So basically, if you're over 300 points, you're looking pretty decent to already be in to those finals, even if you scored 0 next week, which is unlikely for a lot of the teams that have already been able to do that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, but I guess next week's the really big test. I think we could say right now, even with 2 matches to go, that Team Spirit's already passed the test that is coming up next week, which is now that you've got 2 separate looking top of the tables for both weeks, barring Team Spirit, who's going to be able to put up a similar performance going into week 3 and sort of match what Team Spirit's been able to do. And that also would have to take into account Team Spirit not doing great again. Otherwise, you're just not beating them in bonus points overall. Football is Chaos here, up to the head-to-head versus them and Team Spirit. A lot more damage done, but the Elims conversion rate for Team Spirit a lot better. Again, I like their play over towards IWNRX. You sort of shore up the fact that you more than likely aren't going to get a first place on the game with the way the circle shifted away from them, but you make up for that fact with the 4 eliminations.
Yeah, it was a difficult push to make, and the fact that they're able to win it in the end, absolutely great stuff. Obviously, I was looking at Besiktas a lot during that. If they'd have got Fireflux a lot during that. If they'd have gotten rid of Besiktas a little bit earlier, it could have been a different fight. But that's just not how it goes here in the PMSL EMEA. Instead, it is going to be the descent from Fireflux to be able to sweep them under the rug and take home that chicken dinner themselves. We're done with Erangel now for week 2, Blank. We've got Miramar up next, and that'll be right after the break.
like to face off in a 4v4 situation for the chicken dinner, the team footballists, because right now they are not performing well.
The region that I think will climb the victory is the Arabic region because we're playing in it.
We can't do stupid things anymore.
I think it's
We
ourselves.
can't throw. We always start good. By the way, he's a new
We
player,
we
so
start good and then
we start good in the tournament and then we throw at the end somehow. I don't know, bro. But before this guy, I swear, before this guy came, bro, like we always have bad start and then we make the comeback at the end. And it was the best.
Now it's the opposite.
When this guy came, it became the opposite, bro. So I'm thinking like, maybe we need to change it.
We should forget searching for Russian teams. Maybe go more on Turkish teams like S2G, Twist, and
maybe because
Arabic teams are the weakest.
Russian teams are very strong, like team spirit.
If we talking about 4v4 in where only gun skill matter, we're gonna go for EMEA team for sure.
EMEA are more like playing for placement points, and for us they are more weaker in terms of gun skills probably.
I think Europe has the best teams, to be honest. Like overall.
Yeah, but I think because
I think
there
Turkey is the most
there is more Turkish teams. Than,
Turkish?
Yeah,
I don't
there are
think
like
so,
5 teams.
Europe have solid, all of their teams are good, you know, but Turkey, like digital athletics, they're not so good, to be honest.
Yeah,
and
football is also
and
Middle
others
East
is also not good.
Footballist.
Middle East and Africa also not so good.
I think they're the worst in this tournament.
Yeah, I think so too. Except us though.
Yeah.
هذا برستيج بإصابة أولى برستيج يصيب اللاعب رؤوف وكوب.
I think there is a competition for us, of course, but I feel like our team is really ready for this tournament and it's not going to be a hard competition for us.
So why we will win the PMSL 2024? Because we have good gun skill, a lot of communication and synergy.
I want to face Nigma Galaxy in 4v4 because they are too easy. I think Rauf will choke under the pressure and make his team die early.
I think the king of excuses will be money makers because of Bishki. He likes to make a lot of excuses of why he loses, and yeah, I think money makers.
I would like to face off in a 4v4 situation for the chicken dinner, the team footballists, because right now they are not performing well.
The region that I think will climb the victory is the Arabic region because we're playing in it.
With all due respect to everyone, everyone.
Week 2, about to come to a close. No, we're back already. Don't worry. We are getting ready for our final 2 matches of week 2. We've only got Miramar standing in our way, and we are going to be taking to the desert fairly soon. And the competition for the top of the table could not be hotter either.
No, it couldn't. I mean, people are really trying their darndest to get up towards that top side of the lobby, John. I'm excited to see exactly what he can get done here. I think Team Spirit, some thoughtful faces here towards the end. Miramar, again, a map that we've not seen them do crazy good on before. Effect getting told off there for not having his headphones on.
Yeah, you got to have them on. Got to have them on when game's about to start. Come on. That's basic stuff. That's fundamentals right there. Not to say that Team Spirit don't have their fundamentals on lock, but sometimes it feels like they're a different team. But that's getting rarer and rarer as time goes on, right? It seems like they really are starting to find their feet as a roster. Obviously, some different dynamics with Kitsune as that IGL, pulling in some of the best parts of other teams, and regarded as now, I think, a true super team from the EU region.
Yeah, honestly, this is probably the best roster we've had in EU in many, many years. All coming together now under one banner. It basically have just taken all the best players from EU and put them on one team.
I mean, it's working. I mean, it
is working.
It did have a bit of a false start, though, I think it's fair to say, towards the start of the year. It wasn't as powerful as maybe people would have expected, but it has really, really stepped up a gear here in this tournament.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%, John. But yeah, looking towards these final two Miramars, DA tends to be quite good at these maps. I mean, much longer range to be working with as well over on Miramar, so DA can get some strong performances off of this if they want to hold on to that first place spot. Obviously, it's just that one bonus point that is accrued off the back of it, but because we've got so many tiebreakers there on that top side, there is a lot of teams underneath looking to ladder up and getting plenty of bonus points themselves. So it's not just these top teams that are fighting for a lot here, because there is that benchmark of 148 right now.
Yeah, that's a very important benchmark to keep in mind. When we see the standings on the right-hand side of the game screen, we'll be able to get into that a little bit more. But the plane will be heading over the desert, I believe, very, very soon as our players are into the lobby. But yeah, absolutely, that 148-point benchmark. A lot of teams are going to be looking to try and stand out above that with the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official smartphone of the PMSL EMEA, as we get locked and loaded, ready for Miramar. Hopefully the teams are ready too, because it is their second to last chance, their penultimate time dropping in for week number 2. Their last chance to earn those week 2 bonus points.
Exactly. Miramar about to kick it off here. See which teams are able to come out on top and which teams are not able to make the cut in terms of getting those extra bonus points on board. We have a plane path down from that south side up through Los Leones all the way to water treatment. Players will be getting out shortly. Just 2 more games, so I think these players will be giving it their all, considering they know they've got a break coming up very soon.
There's the standings.
So you
Team Spirit.
Push it to the limit.
Team Spirit right at the top. Brute Force 1 point behind DA. Goodness me. Let's take a look at the break as well on 148. You can see 2 teams on 137 going to be looking to try and jump up on over that. That's Besiktas and Fireflux with Virtus Pro on 133 currently. All of those teams going to be looking to earn over that 148 mark to jump 3 places and a whole bunch of points. Nomi now topping the damage on this week's games. Corker, the most headshots though for Virtus Pro.
Not always the craziest of stats, but yeah, it certainly does add a little bit of something to him. Heading out here at the moment, Grenade Elimination Robs with 9. Did not expect that. I mean, that is actually quite the increase, right? It's surprising seeing a lot of these numbers, because usually you see like 1 or 2 players get up to around about the 390 some mark, but we are seeing even more than that. So it's just some good accuracy and some good controlled sprays.
Circle on the northwestern side here. Moneymakers out early towards Puerto Paraiso, have the longest journey to make, but maybe not the hardest, as there are a couple of teams who are quite close to each other. I'm looking at Navi and, that's IW next Ruya and Power over towards El Azahar on that northeast side. Could be trouble there, but looks like Power just getting a little bit further on. Onyx Ravens kind of caught in a tough spot here. If they can grab a vehicle and head to Tierra Bronca or swing around the north side to Torre Hamada, then potentially a little bit better of a time. But as it stands, they're kind of caught in the middle of Foot Chaos and that El Azahar position.
Yeah, you are a little bit crunched here. let's be honest about it. For the guys over on Onyx Ravens. Should be okay, though. I think getting out of this position is not going to be too hard. Brute Force made a very quick rotate over towards our western side. Brute Force also realizes just how important these final 2 games are for them.
Looking at those top 4 teams, I think those are the teams that realistically are in contention for this first place coming into week 2. Power, lagging a little bit behind, but we know that they could do it. They've had a very successful campaign this week. And managed to accrue, obviously, a huge amount of points. Brute Force, 169. Very nice for them. Only 9 points behind Team Spirit in first place on 178. So an achievable gap to close. But I think for 8th place Besiktas and 9th place Fireflux on the tiebreak 137, I don't think it's possible for them to jump up and catch Team Spirit. I mean, barring an S2G level of performance this match, it doesn't seem to be on the cards.
Yeah, no, I'd actually agree with you there, 100%. It's a bit of a long jump up right now. I think for Fireflux, Besiktas, possibly Virtus Pro, they're looking to hit that 148, right?
Yeah.
Because that does push you very far up in towards a 5th place position and further downwards. And to be honest with you, Besiktas, it's not that huge of a jump to make. I think looking for a 4th place up to a 1st place right now for Besiktas, Fireflux, Virtus Pro is not the way. It's just about getting those consistent points over the next couple of games. How much would that be? It would be, let's say, 6 points per match. Very doable. Very, very doable for both these squads of Besiktas and Fireflux.
But they have to take these opportunities. They have to make sure that they have themselves put into these positions to go for it. Fireflux right now probably in a pretty decent spot to have a good crack at it now. Center of that circle. Virtus Pro as well on the west side of Montenuevo. Not too much challenge, but that western road that heads up the west side of the circle. Probably quite a few teams thinking about going out there to move into this next circle, potentially. Although that south coast looking a little bit barren as it stands. I think maybe Na'Vi are going to go up that west road. Maybe the moneymakers, but Team Spirit, they have a few other options to go for. These are the teams on the south side of the circle.
You could even whip far round towards the western coast side, like, well, the western roads. That would not be a bad idea to go for.
Yeah.
Question is where you want to cut in, really. So I think stage 2, more than likely going to be where a lot of teams make those big decisions, right?
Yeah. I think
RCB moving in. Not too much done from this team, honestly, other than day 1. And I won't be fooled by it if they get another good day 1 over in next week. I'll know what's coming.
They were able to get 8th place last week with 136 points. This week, obviously, they are not doing as well on 118 right now, which is them in 14th place. So a noted drop-off, which I'm slightly disappointed by. I had them predicted as one of my top 3. I thought that they were going to be one of the stronger teams coming out of the Turkey region. But they're being outperformed right now by most of the other teams from that region, right? IWNRX this week, maybe not, but overall, certainly. S2G as well has been outperforming them, and DA, I think, is the big one there to bring up when you think about the teams from Turkey. They have been very, very consistent. A nice, strong performance this week. A vast improvement over their first week as well. And a better read on this lobby.
Yeah, 100%. I think that we do currently have like a couple strong teams from every region, though, which is lovely to see. It's not a case of one region is dominating heavily over anyone else at the moment. Seems that every region has put forward a super team of their own. And again, it's just indicative of the fact that we get different big performers week to week. We have a really good spread of squads in this tournament.
You love to see it. Power, the representative of EMEA, jumping up into that 4th place. Brute Force and Team Spirit. We're pretty happy about their presence here, Blank, and I'll tell you for why. They're both representing the... oh, no, wait, hang on, wait. Brute Force is representing EMEA as well. They came through from the EMEA qualifier. Team Spirit comes from the Europe qualifier. So 2 teams from the EMEA region, I believe, coming through in that top 4.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. It really, really is. Falcons moving in over down towards the south side, alongside with Heroic here. We do also have Onyx Ravens still in Campo Militar. They've got a bit of a journey ahead of them. They've opted to go for the no fighting route. Yekta's attempting to use the tiny wheels that are on the glass pane to drive.
He's trying to flip that car back over with the, I think, the window motors, trying to figure that one out. I'm not entirely sure if he's going to be able to get out of it. Probably requires nade intervention or another vehicle crashing into it. Circle 2 just about to pop, and that's where we said we think a lot of teams are going to make their decision. That is a nasty shift up towards those craters on the northwest side, over El Pozzo on the north edge of that, cuts in slightly a bit of trailer park maybe there on that northwest edge. That west road rotation now just became very, very valuable, available to Virtus Pro, available to Na'Vi, and later on to Moneymakers all the way on the south coast.
Yeah, again, for Moneymakers, it's slightly less useful just because by the time they make that wrap, likely the entirety of that northwest side is already cut up. I think if you're directly on the south, like we do see from Team Spirit as well as Heroic, you're likely just to allow these teams further to the west of you to sit on that side, head up, whilst you wait to get just a southern injection onto this circle. Besiktas, though, getting knocked out here by Falconist. Good pick off there, and that will drop Besiktas down to 3.
Yeah, Poser definitely not getting a res from that one. The rest of his team not super happy about it. Obviously, Besiktas in a position to try and jump up over the 148 gulf. That earns you quite a lot of points for your trouble. Right now, 4 teams sit between them and Power. I want to challenge them all out for it. Pretty tricky to do. RCB, they've got nice and central here. Loxy getting pinned a little bit by Wild, but they back it up. Trade apologies, insurance information, and take control of the compound.
Compound control gained. But we know how RCB is like on their compound control itself.
True.
Brute Force up on this high ground, directly in the center here. And again, Brute Force, one of those top 3 teams looking to push even further. Nice shot over towards Dammy there from Docker Machine. A Footballist, Chaos actually having a pretty decent start to their game here. Not only cutting down some of the members from Twisted Minds, but also from Besiktas as well. So although that seems minor, just the 2 eliminations, but 2 separate eliminations on 2 teams in your area does provide you with a little bit more of that dominance, right? You know, you feel stronger in those situations. Those teams aren't likely to take fights for you later on. But Besiktas will have to worry about IW NRX coming in, as well as Onyx Ravens shortly after them.
Southwestern side. Na'Vi threatening on the overlook towards the western split of Team Spirit. Effect. I think he's maybe figure something else out, but Axa losing a shot there gives his position away, and the rest of Team Spirit can answer. Potentially Na'Vi want to regroup south, but because they are on a split as well, next circle pops, and it's not too dramatic. It's kind of like the opposite of the first circle pop, that phase 2 circle. It fully donuts this one and goes right into the middle. Keeps a little bit of a Pozzo in, keeps all of the craters in, and Brute Force on their high ground. This is a great opportunity for them now to clear out some teams around them.
Yeah, especially with this like really fair circle, it's no longer a case of being worried that this is going to move too far away from you either, which is always the struggle when you play on the high ground, is that if you get a hard shift away from your position, coming down from that top spot, oh, it's difficult, John. It's very, very difficult.
Absolutely. Can be treacherous at the best of times. But I kind of like that Brute Force position, like right up against that crater. They have got a little bit easier of a time, I would say, in getting down from that high ground than potentially some other teams would have done on other positions. And there was a lesson, a masterclass, if you will, on getting down from that high ground we had yesterday, so maybe they've been paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you went back, reviewed that footage, you got a great idea of how you want to handle this going into the future. Crater Fields, obviously, horrid little bit of landmass for a lot of teams. You don't really want to push into it too early. I think a lot of our southern teams have found residence towards El Pozo, just on its northern side. I mean, why not? You want a little bit of safety away from all this action, right, John?
Just get a little bit later into the game. I think a few teams are going to be looking to try and keep their head down to keep their point scoring average up. At this point, Brute Force want to get the res, but it's yet to come through. But the fact that there's no flush means that it's likely they can get that res. The question is, what have they had to sacrifice for it? Because most likely it's a little bit of control. AXA and the rest of Na'Vi as well. Potentially looking to chase on towards the Moneymakers, who sponged up a lot of points with their chicken dinner earlier. Will they be able to do the same here on Miramar? Or are Na'Vi going to make a bid for freedom from the bottom of the table? The nades pouring over towards Na'Vi as they might have been spotted a little bit. They continue to push through the longhouse. Puncher electing where to go. A lot more nades from the backlines, and Moneymakers game for the fight.
Middle that top side. AXA does find Biscay though. Icy moves in, but damage is already done. There's a bit of damage over towards that backside of the compound on Na'Vi's end. As Gonzo hits the deck, another great shot there from Havlik. So important from him.
Two players down on either side. Na'Vi looking to try and find Havlik. Icy as well, moving forward. So they want the flushes. They want to try and confirm these points for Moneymakers. Na'Vi moving around the side. There's that off angle for them as well, with 6 going very low. Likely he's going to bleed out, but Bishke, the same story. The shift goes to the western side and cuts out quite a lot of that northeastern edge. So teams potentially look at a third party on this location. I'm looking at Power creeping closer from the north side here. Potentially a bookend to the entirety of this fight. As Havlik jumps on over, Puncher trying to hold the wall, but his teammate not so lucky. 6, he got back up, but he's put back down almost as quickly. Bishke as well, rezzed away. AXA repositioning. It's faltering on this one, and Power starting to encircle this engagement as well. The jump up from Na'Vi, and it's not really looking pretty from either of them. Na'Vi starting to eke out an advantage though, as Power put a stranglehold on this fight.
And I mean, to be honest with you, Havlik did such a great job to bring that game back up to speed. Team Spirit even getting involved over here, by the way, John.
Na'Vi finally
they peeked
down.
their nose in.
Moneymakers able to finish this one out for 3 elimination points. Na'Vi able to claim 2. They are still on the bottom of the tables. Power get way ahead of this. You're right, Team Spirit sent effects all the way up to this warehouse that Power is in. But he didn't get knocked. He does get back to cover and stay alive for now. You can see that health bar on Team Spirit looking a little bit low, but for the time being, they'll be as 4.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit, they would have loved to have picked up this spot. Playing in from that western side would have been nice, but I think they spotted out Power. They were able to steal away one of the eliminations, which is good. Brute Force also incredibly happy about this circle. They still don't have to leave that high ground. Virtus Pro over towards that northern side. A team that we mentioned earlier on, they've got a bit bigger of a task than Fireflux or Besiktas here to be able to get above that 5th place spot where you jump a load of points just because of the tiebreaker.
That difference is pretty quantifiable right now. It's 4 points more than Besiktas and Fireflux. You can see now 133 to the 137. Fireflux and Besiktas trying to approach that 148. 2 matches to do so. Brute Force pick up another point. They're on 5 eliminations now. And it is having echoes of S2G in their high ground center. But they've still got a long way to go. 14 teams alive, and every single one of them will take them down as soon as they're given that opportunity. No matter who they are, no matter where they're from. Nade over the top, Twisted Minds. Brother on brother. Ali goes down first. Saleh wants to spray, but he's not landing this shot. Not yet. Swaps to the Mini 14, but the UMP may be the better choice. And Jafar from underneath takes 2 on and comes out victorious. Goes for the reload on the DBS. And he only goes down on HP. Doesn't get knocked. The nades start to come in from the rest of Onyx Ravens. They might want retribution, but I don't know how lucky they're going to be on that front. Because look at this on the eastern side. IWNRX, Twisted Minds. Might have to worry about that angle instead.
Goodness me, Jafar. So much work done. IWNRX coming in from the backside now. Lovely Molotov. It's Vigors and Turkey moving up towards the front side. These smokes are causing a little bit of haphazard action. Attempt to just toss the nades in. Another smoke thrown from Jafar. Very confident in his ability with the shotgun. Therefore, why not bait them in with the smokes?
With the circle keeping brute force in, it's going to be really tough to make things work. The south side with DA, though, I think if there's a team that could take brute force on in this location, it might just be DA, but they are still split. They need to regroup up to their northwest side. Spray on towards Yusuf for Vigors, and he gets away with every single shot, but the burn is on. He is going low, and the rest of his team, I say the rest of his team, the one other player on his team is down. Vigors drops to his doom, and Twisted Minds with Jafar on the DBS holds his little crag, not to be displaced yet.
DA, Scarface up on high, look to pick off players around him. It's really the only thing they can do here. Take some shots outwards, try and clear out the teams around them before they move up towards that northern side, because you know the Brute Force is going to be scouting that. Luckily for them, Brute Force is dealing with a knock of their own on that high ground.
Yeah, with
Scarface gets into a scouting position.
Pod going down means they need to invest time on rotating, but they can do that. They've been given that opportunity. I think they've got a couple of mini 14s up there, and it is definitely starting to echo S2G at this point, but the elimination count just not rivaling it yet. We'll see if they're able to get the damage. Team Spirit making their way forwards, trying to get into this next zone, and I think they've just got to cover. Heroic trying to flush Scarface out. The smoke is the only thing keeping him safe from brute force right now. Hassan in the vehicle. Scarface trying to get the spray, but he exposes his high ground position and has to re-smoke it. Denied the spray onto the vehicle for Hassan. Nade up high.
Wow,
that's good, but it's not going to get the knock.
If he didn't prone there at that moment, he would have been dead. It's so funny. Sakurai looks over towards Falcons, finds Satan off the back of that shot. He is being incredibly good at holding the rest of the team down. Scarface slowly makes his way off the top side and will get shot out mid-air. And again, as he was falling. Damn, okay.
I mean, why not? Brute Force up to 6 eliminations now as Team Spirit managed to effectively make that crossing. Not too sure how safe it will be. This is a replay on Jafar. His dominating hold from this low ground as well. He was able to take down 2 of the Onyx Ravens, 3rd of the Onyx Ravens as well. 3/4 of their team went his way. And none of them lasted longer than he let them.
IWNRX coming up towards Twisted Minds. Never Alone has a nade, so pretty sure IWNRX knows that Twisted Minds are in front of her. Equally, Twisted Minds is very wary about what's occurring right in front of them. Brute Force up to 7 eliminations. More than likely going to be going quickly up to 9. If Nomi doesn't steal away those eliminations, that is.
Could be. Effect is taking shots over towards Power and Moneymakers, who Moneymakers did just get eliminated. A nade over to IWNRX from the 2 players on Twisted Minds. Just the one needed to nade it out. Power, they managed to stay alive, but only with 3. Jafar looking to try and back up Never Alone now on this ridgeline fight with IWNRX. On the northern side, Virtus Pro might want to poke their noses into this one. A res coming through now for IWNRX, and just going to peek up for a spray, but not going to work out. Kine, once he gets back to his feet, they can start to mount up, but Furia spots El Hadji and opens up an avenue for Virtus Pro to play out to this west side. They don't need to push Power, and that's going to slow down the approach from Power. This compound getting stronger for Virtus Pro.
Frozen looks to send around the side, and it's just a wild spray with the S12K. Does not work out. IWNRX is getting back up to full force. Horrid circle, by the way. A lot of credit fields still involved, so you sort of have this crescent moon shape. It's the only position the players can hold in, but even then it's just craggy on this side. Lots of big cliff faces that deny position. Effect spotted. equally being able to send some shots around. I think Team Spirit might be able to pick themselves up quite a few eliminations just off the back of this position, which is what they were banking on.
There's no hard cover this way, but they use their own bullets as the cover. Sard actually tagging on, but the blue zone is just going to be too strong. I think Team Spirit will get that point. Actually, no, maybe not onto Sard, because he did get knocked to majority blue damage there.
I think they were in the they got the last shot in.
Yeah,
should get a point off that.
We'll have to wait and see. Virtus Pro trying to flush out the remaining player from Power, Al-Haji. He's having everything thrown at him, and it's the kitchen sink to take him down. RCB facing off against Brute Force. Okay, hang on a minute. Brute Force maybe getting pushed on, and RCB, the ones to do so, losing players in a crucial point. 9 eliminations found. They're going to want more than that, but this might ruin their chances of taking the entire game here and now. Virtus Pro on this northwestern side looking pretty decent if they can get rid of IWNRX, which it's looking pretty hopeful that they can.
Yeah, I mean, this is not looking too bad at all for them. And honestly, Brute Force, they eventually had to come down right. They spotted this location, but it's crunched in between Fireflux, who made a decent rotation here. Looking, pick up some more points for themselves, ladder up. I mean, Fireflux has always been pretty decent when it comes over to the Miramars. I think they're so much more comfortable on this map. It feels like their knowledge is just a lot better here as well.
Just like that.
Brute Force out with 9 eliminations. And the 4 elims on Team Spirit should keep them ahead. Still one more game.
Yeah, Brute Force finished the match on 178 with those 9 eliminations added in. So they draw level with where Team Spirit were before this game. Team Spirit on those 4 eliminations, you're right. They've controlled Power, no threat to the west, but they need to move around this headland. An interesting settlement here. There's a lot of ridges to try and move up through. It's very densely packed. But Besiktas in the crater genuinely might have one of the better spots here. Unless Virtus Pro can stop them getting up to that crescent, they can start to move up to the ridgeline and use that really effectively. But it is still downhill from all of this proceedings. You can see that ridge just in the background there. Still below in general, but potential to move up. Oh dear.
Yay. Plus one. Nomi actually going down. Nico holding on. 3 players still, so equally a 3v3. Effect does pull out the nade a little bit sooner. It's a perfect pop.
It's exactly what you need. Potential now to res. Nico moving in, but there's a side swipe. IWNRX are here, and there's a nade almost immediately confirmed this. But Naomi swings around the headland, finds one, but immediately put back. That is DA from a distance, I believe, taking shots out over their way. No, it's Heroic, actually, on the side swipe. And just like that, Team Spirit as well, taken very, very low. But IWNRX fall first. 3 eliminations. Kitsune, Naomi, 2 players to stand for Team Spirit.
An awkward position on the map here. I mean, realistically, what they need, or what they'd like to happen, is to get DA out of the game. But look at this horrid spot on the map to play here. Fireflux, I think, just based off the way they're playing, they should be able to ladder up off this match alone. So they'll be happy. The back of this one. Virtus Pro, similarly, 5 eliminations, 3 players, another contender for this match. On opposite side of things, but I think Fireflux a little bit more surrounded by teams and players.
There's the reknock. 2 players from Fireflux now down. Prospect looking to move in for Besiktas as they move out of the crater fields up towards this position, but it is now just Toshbek left standing. 2 points already accrued, but they're going to want a lot more if they want to jump up over that gap of 148. You can see Virtus Pro doing a lot more work towards it. As Fireflux soulless, and I think that's their last player eliminated. Silas to be the one to do so. 2 players alive for RCB. They've been a little bit terrifying in this settlement. A lot of ridgelines to play around. They took down some pretty important teams. Brute Force
Silas
included.
can pop off 100%. Coldex right underneath Kitsune, just jump peeking him at the moment. We'll jump up one more time. I don't even know if they know Coldex is here, actually. They do need to clear him.
Certainly will.
They're right on the edge of the circle.
Virtus Pro, I think, right now, on paper, the best chance of winning this one out. Their north sweep up to the edge of this, but they are downhill. So the high ground not in their control. They're going to be funneled through on a future rotation, which means that RCB also not in a terrible spot. If Team Spirit can get rid of Coldex, that's what they're looking for. Naomi does just that. Could be a great opening for them.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they did know the general location. Yeah, really well played there. Immediately around the side. I think you just give him no quarter, right? In that situation.
No.
Where he's just waiting to catch you off guard. If you face him first, especially a player like Naomi. Great initial shot. Yeah, Virtus Pro here might be the first team to leap that hurdle. In terms of the triple 148 barrier. Naomi though, nade over the top.
Nice.
Oh my god, he is owning it right now.
A second one, the pin is pulled. Volt wants the challenge, goes for the spray. Naomi is there, but it's just Team Spirit all the way. They get rid of Heroic, and Kitsune can start to heal. Add those meds to the tally. Add those nades in as well. Refresh on the supplies as Kitsune gets the heal off. Virtus Pro being funneled into Silas. A nade not going to find either way. The connection, Kiss moves in, and Team Spirit now liking their chances a little bit more.
I mean,
there's that backstab from Jafar.
I mean, technically they have the high ground here. And Virtus Pro are by no means safe, John. Silas on a bit of a journey himself.
Oh, okay. Unfortunate there for Silas, I think. That low ground might just be where he stays for the time being. Leaving just Kiss for RCB. He does have a vehicle, but there's a shot from... There's the backstab onto Malloy. Jafar can't get the flush here, but Milky Way and Furia both now turning their attention his way, but they might be exposed, and Jafar still has that DBS. This guy is insane with this thing. 3 eliminations so far this match. He's taken down the Onyx Ravens, and now he wants Virtus Pro 2. In steps Naomi, and they are up to bat straight away. Jafar spotted by Milky Way, but it's too little too late. RCB, can they be swept aside? Can Team Spirit move up for a high elimination count?
The nade from Naomi, you know that this guy hits them. Behind the vehicle, he should be able to get the nade off from here. Pulls the pin.
He knows
this is Naomi all day, dude.
No, he's got it wrong.
No, he's on the wrong side. He must have seen the tracers. But that gives him the opportunity to get down.
Stunner from Silas. But he's really in the doldrums. If Milky Way lets him get up, though, there's a sideswipe from the Kitsune. Team Spirit have to be worried. Naomi spots it. They know the angle. Kitsune now can play around it. Silas spotted. Milky Way steps out for the challenge, but they're not going to connect the spray. You should be hitting those. Silas goes down, and now it's just Milky Way. Is he going to deny the point? No, he wants the challenge. First aid is there. It's a 1v2. You can win these realistically. If he gets this first aid off and steps out with a strong DBS shot, Kitsune dodges, sidesteps left. Naomi pushes up with a DBS of his own. The spray through the bush is good, and it is Team Spirit take it back into control. Another chicken dinner today, and the top of the tables. Well, there's going to be other teams who think they can take it, but Team Spirit on the defense. What are you going to do? Kitsune, he knows what he's all about. Shrugs. It ain't nothing big. Team Spirit all the way.
I mean, it was quite... to be honest, I fully agree with Kitsune on that game. I mean, I think they're just as surprised as everyone else of why do they get that high ground? Why have they allowed to pick that one up at that point? I think there should have been so many more teams up there. I mean, they held their nerve. They absolutely held their own. Jafar also was an absolute menace in this match. And it's a fortunate couple of things that comes through. I mean, I was talking about it earlier. Just having that high ground was so important to them, and it's a very niche situation where you have a lot of solos because of how disgusting the area of play is. That they're able to capitalize, but they do the one smart thing. The one smart thing there that changes the pace of the game is the fact that some teams would have just sat on that high ground and stayed back and allowed the blue to push them in. They heard the initial fight, then they started to see Nox, and as soon as they saw Nox, they challenged as two on that high ground. They took up eliminations, they gathered information, and played off the back of that one. Some great duo play, honestly.
Beautiful. I mean, exemplary, really. We've been in admiration of this team for a long, long time, and that is really great stuff to see. 808 damage from Ketch. on Fireflux, actually, who were able to do quite a bit, but Naomi tops the tables on the most eliminations. It was unfortunate for Brute Force that they got pushed off when they did, right? Because a lot of teams would have liked to have the position that they were in, but in the end, they weren't able to hold that one out. And that is going to be a little bit disappointing in that scenario, because they did get a lot of eliminations. Sure, they got 9 points, but Team Spirit were just Bruter and Forcer, right, in this scenario, and they just outdid them by quite a lot.
I think brutish and forceful, I think, are the words you were looking
No,
for.
I said what I said.
But yeah, so I think for brute force, 9 eliminations, it's not bad. Honestly, I don't mind the 9 eliminations from brute force. You take that position, and that's a position that it garners eliminations in the early game. And it's a question whether you can hold on to it throughout it. And I think because the play space became so minimal so quickly, there's not really many places for brute force to go where people don't already know their position. They were one of the highbrow targets in this game. So for Team Spirit, they're able to sit on that western side. They get some good third parties going as well, clear out space, play off the back of that one. I think for brute force to win that game, it was actually very unlikely for brute force to win that game, purely because of the great position they were in at the start, which is amusing. But again, you trade a great position for good eliminations early and see what you can do after the back of it. Virtus Pro also, although they got the second place, I think they have now laddered up past that 148 mark, which is great, because they got eliminations too compared to a couple of the other teams in that lobby.
Yeah, they did manage to get quite a lot done. I mean, I said Virtus Pro on paper seemed like the most likely to win that, but then talked about that funnel around the side, which kind of is what took them down, right? They all had to just go in not one by one necessarily, but in a straight line, right? And that's exactly what was capitalized on against them.
It's pretty much just the fact that Team Spirit's able to isolate a lot of fights on that high ground, and there's no way to get back up to that high ground with the way that the circle closed. So once they'd finished their fights, it was done, and they could sort of bow out a little bit, right? And that's the main thing. So I think for Team Spirit, they get a little bit lucky, but at the same time, they play it out very strongly. You can see this here, 2,600 damage compared to the 1,300 coming through from Brute Force, from Virtus Pro, sorry. And look at that. Team Spirit now firmly in the lead at 199. Can still be toppled off it though, John.
VP!
It will be
148.
a little bit hard. Yeah, no way.
148! They're up there, and they win the tiebreaker by the placement points. Oh my god. I really want Virtus Pro to get 0 points in the next match. I know it's cruel, but that would make my day. I think that would be so good.
Everyone just finishing their tournament on 148 points.
What's going to be interesting is who's below this and what are they on. 142 for Fireflux, 140 for Besiktas.
Yeah, that's easily right there. That's an easy 148 next game. 6 eliminations, 6 points, doable.
Definitely. Yeah, 0 points for Virtus Pro, 6 points for Fireflux, 8 points for Besiktas. That's what I want to see. Have a full 148 front page that isn't in the top 3. Oh, goodness me.
It will be very stupid.
Would be. Yeah, it definitely would be. But we'll have to wait and see, because we've still got one more game to play. It's going to be pretty exciting. But we have to go to a break before that, because we need to calm down after Team Spirit were able to sweep the top of the Crater Field border on the south edge for another chicken dinner. These guys just don't stop. We'll see you in a few.
اتوقع ان شاء الله الريجن راح يبدع بيمثل EMEA.
بكل صراحه الريجن اللي اشوفه شوي خطر علينا ممكن يبدع هو الريجن التركي.
إذا جينا نطلع من هنا من جتكا، تعالوا هنا. إذا جينا نطلع من جتكا بيكون تيم عندنا هنا، لازم نروح نصفيهم من هنا.
ايزي.
اي فخلاص صفيهم تكون هذه الجهة كاملة لنا.
نلعب جيم حلو.
اي نلعبها مرتاحين يعني فيها. بعدين خلاص متى ما شفت زون اي مكان نقدر نلعبها، خلاص بيكون ظهرنا فاضي.
صح.
نقدر نلعب اي مكان.
ان شاء الله ايزي مرة.
ايوه.
ميرامار ما في مشاكل صح؟
لا ميرامار ما في مشاكل. بس هناك بنلعب جست فايت.
ايزي.
وان شاء الله ما نقصر في البطولة.
ما تضيع ان شاء الله البطولة باذن الله.
ان شاء الله.
زين من تشوفون افضل فريق ممكن ينافسنا؟
او الاخرى كلهم بشكل عام.
لا بس هم الاوروبيين بعد وحتى تماتنا العرب.
اوروبيين عليك انت تدبلهم لحالك.
ها؟
عليك انت تدبلهم.
نشوف ان شاء الله.
طيب.
زين من اضعف تيم تشوفونه؟
اضاف تيم توستد وباور. اي هاي شيء كذا صراحه والله افشل تيمين.
لا والله انا ما اشوف فيها. انا ما اشوف البطوله.
ايش خايف منهم؟ هذه ندبلهم.
لا والله ما نشي، بس ممكن اي تيم يا اخي انه يبدع. يعني حتى التيم اللي ممكن تشوفه سهل ممكن تضرب معاه، ممكن تضرب معاه وياخذ الاول.
واحدة من يسارها أخرى، هنا ليحصل ثريا. الله.
والله صراحة أنا ودي أفوز بالبي ام اس ال من EMEA لأنها النسخة الأولى بالسنة والنسخة الأولى كبطولة مسمى جديد، وأتمنى أفوز عشان ما يضيع من جهودنا بالشهور اللي طافت إن جمعنا بقصر باور وجمع يمكن قعدنا 3 شهور مع بعض تدريب وشغل، وأتمنى ما يضيع لنا مجهود وأبي أفوز بالبطولة.
من وجهة نظري أن الفريق اللي ممكن يتعذر وهو بصراحة يعني هذا الشيء نوعا ما يضايقني، بس يعني هذه الحقيقة اللي قاعد أشوفها أنا، وهو تيم النجمة. يعني عندهم اللاعب رؤوف أكثر مرة أشوفه يتعذر بالسوشيال ميديا يعني بكذا شيء داخل اللعبة، مثلا عن الدبيس ولا عن أي موضوع ثاني، وهذا الشيء يعني يضايقني طبعا، وأتمنى أنه يصلحه وركز على الوينر وفالهم التوفيق.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
We're back with the last Miramar for today and for week number 2. We've seen Team Spirit accelerate away from the competition. They certainly were able to unleash the beast over that high ground in Miramar for the first time. But the second time, it's anyone's game. Everybody dropping in for a fresh time for the second time and for the last time in week 2.
I'll take Brute Force or DA. Pretty big game here, John. Actually get over Team Spirit.
Certainly would, to ladder up on those tables. Team Spirit jumping up quite far into the lead. Brute Force were on 178 at the end of that match. 21 points Team Spirit were able to earn in that last game, which means that, or was it more than that? I'm not entirely sure. Could have been a little bit more, which means that that is the margin between them and Brute Force, and DA still a little bit behind that even further.
Yeah, again, I think Team Spirit that last game puts themselves in a really good stead to be in the lead. We're looking for Besiktas and Fireflux on this game, though. Hit some more points. They don't have to hit a lot, but if they do, they're able to jump up slightly further.
Don't know what you're chocolate. Get those headphones back on. Come on. You've got a game to play. You've got points to earn. You too, Twisted Minds.
Oh, don't be mean to Twisted Minds. They've tried their best.
He said, get your headphones on. He's like, no, I'm writing a birthday card for Dammy.
That is also unacceptable.
The Viggers.
Not allowed to do that.
The Viggers over on X-Ravens.
Yeah, our final game of the day here now. On Miramar, heading into it very soon. You see the players getting geared up and ready to go here, John. Everyone working towards that big old trophy.
Oh, yeah. We'll be mighty fine to lift that. 55k will be the prize to do that as well. Not to mention a spot at PMWC on the road to the Esports World Cup. The top 4 of our teams here in the finals of this competition will be going directly to the group stages of PMWC, where the 5th place will go to that survival stage, where the rest of the people who don't quite make it through the group stages will be sent as well. So they'll have a chance to qualify through that avenue, through Last Chance Saloon.
In we go now. Get the headphones on. It's time. Come on, Heroic. Untangle yourself.
I think he's just pretending. He's like, I'm going to keep my headphones off. I'm going to keep my headphones.
I want to know exactly where the plane path is.
I'm going to get so much information. Oh, it's just so tangled, guys. I can't do it. Oh.
I cannot.
Who made this? Oh, it's their fault. Blame them. Blame path into Miramar will be loading on up. Looks like it will be. Oh, we can see there. A little preview. Cheeky. From the north side, from Oasis down towards over Los Leones, between Partona and Puerto Paraíso. As we go in for the final time in week number 2, Team Spirit almost over that 200-point barrier. They're on 199 points. The record set last week in week 1 was 210 by IWNRX. They're 11 points behind. Can they do it? If last match is anything to go by, they certainly can.
Got around about 20 points here. The Brute Force to ladder up, they need to profit. I think it's around about 22 points. So it'd have to be a good game. And that's also profit over whatever Team Spirit's able to put up here. So I think that they might have just secured themselves that first place after that last game. Can't count Brute Force out just yet, though. Same can be said for DA, who'd have to have a pretty massive game.
Yeah, a little bit longer on the stride necessary for them. And both of them will be praying for Team Spirit to go out early, right? That's kind of a caveat to all of this.
Yeah, that's the big one. Power just looking to hold on to their spot just underneath them right now, which I don't think is going to be too difficult, honestly. Circle heads back over towards its western side again, giving Brute Force a good starting point, which is, again, what they need here. Team Spirit out over towards Chumacera. First Pro a little bit further away, probably going up towards El Pozzo.
This is a very similar circle to last match, on the first circle anyway. Playing path slightly different, but in general isn't going to be too far from what teams were looking to do in Circle 1. The Circle 2 is really what gave us the interest in last game. Just about lands it. All planned for Brute Force, which is kind of the second circle in the last match was what gave Brute Force the center position on their high ground. But it's unlikely that we go for another northwest shift. If we do, I mean, why wouldn't it be a repeat of the last match with Brute Force just taking, what was it, 9 eliminations from that high ground position? Something similar potential to happen, but you can see the overall standings there. Team Spirit 199, Brute Force 178, DA 175, all looking to chase.
Can you get ahead here, John? Yeah, not much to talk about here at the start of the game, honestly. We've had a bit of a crazy week, but most of our storylines have sort of tied themselves up now with a nice little bow.
There's one more I'm thinking about, though. That's the 148 massive. Virtus Pro. Are they going to go down with no points? Are Fireflux going to get 6? Are Besiktas going to get 8? It all remains to be seen. It is quite an interesting little block in the middle, and I feel like having a...
Mine's going to get 16.
Ooh. Oh, are they? RCB going to get 22. Ooh.
Ooh. Well,
Don't.
22.
Okay. I thought you were... Well, if Twisted Minds need 16, RCB need 4 more. So that's 22. Wait, 20. Oh, crap.
Yeah. No, you did bad math there, sir.
No, my maths.
And I was so confused by it because usually you're much better than me. That kind of thing. Virtus Pro here.
I am in big trouble.
John's marked team. Marked for death.
Yes, they must die so that I may have slight satisfaction as numerical symmetry is presented to me. Yes. Sacrifice yourself. They would still win the tiebreaker, like unless they jump up over power. So
yeah, exactly.
Losing out on the overalls.
People underneath might be able to jump up over them.
No, because Fireflux gets 6 and Besiktas. I read on the script.
Okay, sure. If it happens, I'll be astonished and amazed.
It's going to happen. Full confidence.
And it will truly be the most equal playing field of any tournament.
I bet
in the world.
you 1 can of Monster Energy.
I'll take that trade.
Okay.
I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet 9 times out of 10.
Okay. You're a 9/10. So you admit that there's a 10th of a possibility. Ha! I've upped your percentages.
Yeah, there's a 10% chance you're right. I'll give you that.
That's right. I feel like you were sat at about a 2% before. I've moved that up. I've moved the needle.
But I'll take a 90% on a monster any time of the day.
That's true. But you will owe me a monster if it does happen.
Yeah. But me owing you a monster assumes I already have monsters. So
the kicker?
I'm already pleased.
The person giving the monster gets to choose the flavor.
Can't just start making extra rules for this bet that I've already accepted.
No, I can. I have that power.
Well, 2 minutes out, well, 3 minutes, I'm being generous there, from the next zone. Usually the one that caused the most amount of problems for all our squads. Mine's getting up towards this high ground now.
Nope.
Never mind. It's going down.
Oh, that one's a little bit
painful. Painful to watch, actually.
Chaotic. I mean, it's fine. It's not got too much pressure on him. Not for the time.
Around here. He's okay. RCB on their rotate out. Pretty similar rotation to what we see from RCB pretty much every single game here. But IW and NRX closely following them much sooner than we usually see. 14th place for IW and NRX. Come on, guys. They were on the up and up for a while.
They were.
Then something went wrong.
Yeah, they stopped getting points. It's not favourable. In general, I feel like the pursuit of this tournament is getting points in many ways.
Yes. I would agree with you.
What would be interesting is if there was a secret bonus number that if you get that many points, you get an extra little bonus prize. And it's completely it's like a random number that's generated at the end of each week. And if you got that many points that week, or closest to that many points, gets an extra prize.
What kind of extra prize are we talking? Can of Monster?
2 cans of Monster.
2 cans of Monster. That's
No,
wild.
well, actually 4, because otherwise they'd have to split it.
Yeah, you're pushing the boat a bit too much now.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, the budget's not there for that.
Yeah, one monster per team. You also get
you get to
paper
look at
cups.
a can of Monster. That's what you get.
You get 4 paper cups and that's it. And they don't hold.
You're
liquid
permitted.
very long.
You're permitted to think about Monster for a bit.
All right, having Monster thinking time. Okay, 10
Stop
seconds.
that!
is
Hey,
up.
stop it!
Get back to the game.
No thinking about it anymore. Now you can think about the Infinix GT20 Pro.
Which is a very good phone.
So I've heard. It's the official smartphone of the PMSL EMEA.
It is. All these players are standing out with it. You can also
Well, they're
stand out
sitting,
with your
but,
own.
Yeah.
Yeah. Metaphorically speaking.
True. Versus Pro. Hopefully in a dangerous position for my satisfaction. Fireflux, where are they? Slap bang in the middle. Just southwest of Besiktas, just north of Falcons. DA have taken a knock.
Sort of their playing field.
It's another northwest shift, but it's not quite
Back
as
up here.
central, but it is the same area.
Yeah. Back up here again.
Wow.
DA actually losing a player right off the bat here. Oh, unfortunate for them. And Moneymaker's chasing them.
Oh dear. That is not fun for DA. Losing that player might just seal the deal.
Oh no!
Oh no! He's flipped it! He's bungled
panic,
it!
he's flipped it.
He's bungled it! Cold X. Yeah, accepts his fate. I mean, fair enough. Cracks a wallop to him. And that's your punishment.
You flip it, you walk it, or you get killed.
Oh yeah. Satan. Power spots him. They're having a better time of it. Al-Haji, though, knocked. The rest of the heroic team, Falcons team, surrounding them. This is all the way on the west end of Picardo. In the suburbs, if you will. But the res looks very likely over towards Al-Haji. Assad is repositioned for it. Easy sending over towards Ragnar, but Damar has an off angle. Team Spirit, okay. Soul K getting taken down in response and getting flushed immediately. I don't know if Team Spirit fully lost their player. I think they might have done. It looked like they did, which is quite unfortunate to players 3. But that 1 point, that puts them on 200. They're over the 200 mark.
They've made it. It's still going on right now between them. Nade's been passed back and forth. No, Kitsune sends one over the top. More smoke's been placed down. Don't know if this fight's going to end anytime soon, though, John.
No.
Leaving here is pretty difficult. You'd have to part ways on either side of the complex.
Fireflux trying to allow Brute Force an opportunity to catch Team Spirit here. Not necessarily on purpose, but it might be a knock-on effect of this scrap if they're able to take another player down. DA on 2 players as well on the east side, still in hot pursuit. Moneymakers on their tail. Virtus Pro trying to shuffle into the east side, but they're a little bit surrounded by Brute Force right now on both fronts. And close to Twisted Minds, and we know that they've been quite effective so far today. I've liked it. I've liked it.
Yeah, it's not been bad at all. They have a fairly decent position too. Onyx Ravens and IWNRX having a bit of a battle between one another. It is going back and forth.
2 knocks for the Onyx Ravens, though. They've managed to answer IWNRX evenly. But it will continue to rage on. Ali flushed. And the flush is going both ways. It's actually Onyx Ravens who go down fully on the north side. You can see that on the minimap, northeast. Hard southwest shift. Is this another Brute Force high ground? The position that they're in Or where Frieza is like the omega high ground of Miramar, right? This is where we've seen a lot of teams make their last stand. The difficulty is always that descent from it, and that's what we've said is one of the toughest to enact from that angle.
Yeah, absolutely. It overlooks it down towards that field on the southeast side. I think Fireflux decides that they want no part in this fight. Far more important to them right now
to get 5 more points and get 148. Yeah,
exactly. I'm not even joking. Probably.
Falcons.
Towards Falcons though.
Spotted. That might be another point added to their tally. Damar racked up, tucked away. A second point on the cards for Fireflux.
A couple more now, John. 6.
Ooh.
Need 4 points. 4 eliminations. Not too difficult. Besiktas.
No.
Losing toss pick. Well, and you losing some of your chances here at seeing the miracle on that top side of the table.
I've still got 3 more
having
chances.
to leave.
I've still got 3 more chances on Besiktas for them to be able to earn points. One of them's just turning tail in a buggy and running away. But I think that's the right play. I think that's the way you go. Ooh, Lewis though. Ooh, not looking as good. Take that down to 2.
Moneymaker's really ruining your day.
It's so sad. I like... They're so aggy. But it's working. I mean, like, they have stepped up in a way that they haven't done a lot previously. Na'Vi now want to go. Does Team Spirit rock on up? Puncher. Loosing a nade, but not going to find any value. I thought that was going to bounce right on top of him. The effect is down. Nomi steps out with a pump action around the side. Beautifully played there. Steps out continuously for that flush and tucks back in. Looks for the res. Goodness me, that is bold. Pretty dramatic stuff as Kitsune making noise, drawing attention, but it might just be too much attention. Axa able to put him back. Humble him somewhat. Puncher wanting to heal. Axa might get the res and Nomi moves in. That pump action only has 1 more shell and we'll need to top it back up. Rightfully so. Effect. Maybe look at a Molotov. Force Puncher to hop in. Nomi ready awaiting. They know he's on the inside. He is burning away as well. Stepping out wide and Axa has the angle. The spray is good and Nomi with the pump action continues to lay down the law. Another shot coming on through and he cowls them back off that corner. Puncher on the inside. Can't slow them down.
There's some insane shots with the pump action.
Oh,
I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, Puncher goes down. It's all up to effect now.
How much of a gap can he put on the boards? The answer is not much more. They only get 1 point for their troubles, and Team Spirit, 2 eliminations. Sets the target. 201 is #1 position right now for Brute Force to try and achieve that. They'll need a pretty strong game. In the meantime, Fireflux are up to 4 eliminations, losing 1 player. DA are out fully now, meaning they cannot be chased, but Power could catch up to them, unlikely to do so.
Yeah, it was just 1 player alive. Always is like this with our final games of the day. Like the life in the team just starts to diminish just a bit.
Playing Fireflux are on 5 points right now. And one of them is down. They're going to try and make a move. They need 1 point and then to die. That would make them at 148. Obviously, for a Fireflux fan and probably a Turkey fan as well, you don't want that to happen.
I do not want this.
However, consider the alternative.
48 points.
148. 148. Imagine if the random number in my imagined game was 148 and had 7 teams getting it.
When did you decide on this number?
What?
Just now.
Don't know what you... Blank, pay attention to the game. Come on. Silas trying to hold off against Moneymakers. But it's going to be a tough time. Falconist.
Nice.
Nade over the top
Falconist. Damn.
That is really quite something. RCB very, very low on the inside. Has to go upstairs, but the nade tags an ankle. Icy wants to find the flush, but there's a player stepping in. It's not going to be good news for him, though. Bishke might get rezzed here. And Football is Chaos might just be able to keep some players alive here.
Like the Matrix there, dodging those bullets on the shotgun shells from Icy. Falconist last alive here for Besiktas. I don't know for how long. Moneymakers, though, deciding that they would like to Get a lot of points, apparently, on this last game. Wowzers.
The Fireflux fight's happening as well. Okay. I'm really paying attention to this, maybe a little bit too much. But there are shots going either way. They're at 148. They've got an elimination, but they're going down. Oh, dear. They're right there. They need to go down right now. They have only got one player. He's super low, but it's against Heroic on that south side. Oh, it's so squeaky.
There is a med kit that comes through. Third player is down and out. Heroic still at 3. Is your dream going to come true? Lux goes down. I think that might be the full one. That's it. That's the 148.
They've done it. They've done it. Fireflux have done it. They've got 148.
Sixth place.
Virtus Pro need to go down right now before the placement points come in. But
yeah, they do.
It's not going to happen.
But they're right on the edge. It's very unlikely the first pro is going to go down.
No. That's so
Just
sad.
the 148s across the board. You got one of them. You got one of them at least.
I told you Fireflux are going to get 6 points. Besiktas, though, unlikely to get 8.
Yeah, you still owe me a monster.
1 each.
You can get yourself one.
Consider
You can get yourself one and one for
trade
me.
offer. I changed the terms of our bargain when it's not in my favor. How about that? Okay. When we next see each other. Doka Machine goes down to a nade from Moneymakers as he is going to get pushed on by Koa. That should be not too long for it, but Falconist has a chance. It's not going to be
going
good.
on with
Moneymakers, 11 eliminations? Okay. These placement points have come in, and officially Virtus Pro have out-earned 148. I know. You're all disappointed. It's okay. Jafar.
Even I'm disappointed.
Dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Jafar losing out there. The high ground still in play for Brute Force on that southwestern side, and a real chance for them to catch up to Team Spirit here. They need, it was 201, their target, which means they needed 23 points.
Yeah, I think with the speed at which players are leaving this lobby, I don't know how likely it is they'll grab that.
Cool stuff from the Moneymakers. Big frags. Too late,
They
though.
need 13 eliminations and the chicken dinner for... Well, actually, they need more than that. They need like a 25-point game. So yeah, for Brute Force, it just doesn't feel likely. I think if you want to have a massive game like that, at this point in the game, you need to be really around about 10 eliminations already. So they'll definitely increase their score tally. But they actually can't. I don't think they can actually do it at this point in time.
Blank, the big news here that I've just kind of noticed. I know I've been going on about this 148 block for a while, but Fireflux, you see the number to the left of their name? 6. That means they are at the top of that tiebreaker.
Well, Virtus Pro are.
That's true, but they're at the top of the block that sits beneath Virtus Pro, and they're guaranteed to make one more
After this game.
Yeah, Virtus Pro get at least one more point, right, for placements on this game, which means that Fireflux are the top of that tiebreaker block.
They are. I'm surprised they got it. So they must have had just so many more so many placement points, more than anyone else.
That might be the main thing. I haven't kept track of exactly how many they
I
have.
don't remember Fireflux having that many chicken dinners though.
Well, they must have at least 2.
Last on a wrangle, right? Anyway, we can look at the overall standings later.
Certainly can.
There's 18 players alive in stage 5, John.
That's quite brutal.
Really, I'm not saying the players have phoned it in here.
Oh, Bishkek. No, come back. No. Oh. Fall.
The tires. I just enjoy just like the car scream.
I thought you were going for like a cat trying to who's slipped off something. Wait, has he just thrown himself back up and be like, get in the car before I slip away?
Yeah, pretty much.
Quick, get in! No time to explain! Get in!
He needs weight so he can stick to the wall better.
Oh dear. Yeah, yeah. More traction that way.
What a weird game.
Definitely.
There's really very little action going on right now as well.
A single nade over towards Moneymakers could be pretty devastating right now. And there it is for Dami. They are split up a little bit more now, but spots Koa.
It is bouncy.
That is a very bouncy bit of terrain. They've installed trampolines here in the low ground underneath Dami. He's quite isolated. I don't think Dami gets down from this.
He's not getting off the mountain.
Yeah.
There's a nade from Yusuf. Did this knock and flush all of NRX?
Oh.
It bounces off the side as he's escaping.
No way.
That is unbelievable.
Many
Thank
points.
you, production.
Many
I
points.
appreciate that. That was an awesome catch.
Not from IWNRX. They definitely
It
didn't want to
really
catch
was
that.
a terrible catch from the IWNRX.
Oh dear.
I got it. You don't want to go.
No. Wrong game. Oh, sorry.
Playing hot potato. Hot explosive potato.
Hot and explosive. Yeah. Not ideal descriptors for a potato, I think.
No.
Hot, maybe. Explosive, no. Bad time.
Some C4 in the recipe.
1 tablespoon of salt. That's a lot of salt. Not that much. Over the top. Moneymakers. Getting ahead of the curve. Trying to roll on down. A Virtus Pro. Could come out in 6th place here. I don't think they've managed to get any eliminations so far. If only they could have done this 3 places earlier. But no. Very rude of them. Corker getting peppered. Moneymakers moving in. And this is a pretty huge Miramar for Moneymakers.
Yoink!
Another nade. And another. And another. Oprah's dishing them out over towards Virtus Pro. That's an NA reference.
Stealing. And I got it.
Thank you. That's good because you get a nade.
And you get a
And
nade.
you get a nade. Oh dear. Yeah, Virtus Pro for Milky Way doesn't have a point yet. Goes for a spray. Might be able to find one. Looks for the flush. Might be denied.
How many points do Twisted Minds have? 4.
Oh,
never mind, they're dead.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If they were
Should
getting
never
close,
have
I would sense
mentioned
it. I'm pretty sure.
It's true. To the 148 mark.
It's a buzzer that goes off in my flag.
Yeah,
it's actually
unfortunately-
really inconvenient because it works for every region.
Yeah. It is now mathematically impossible for Brute Force to actually ladder.
But not for Besiktas to get 148.
Wait a minute.
They are on 140.
You need 8 points.
You need 8 points. So consider a 2nd place with 2 elims to Besiktas. How would you feel about
really
that?
want this to happen.
How would you feel about
They
that?
they could also get a chicken dinner and just ruin your day, but I doubt that's going to happen. But he is in the circle and an interesting spot.
Probably quite unknown. It looks... No, Neos is in a vehicle.
If he gets it, I think I'll owe you the monster.
Okay.
But
We'll
I don't
call it
think
quits.
he
How about
will.
that? We'll double or nothing.
Yeah, we can call it quits. Yeah.
No, wait. No, we'll just call it quits.
Yeah, we can call it quits.
Okay.
No double or nothing.
Yeah, no.
Hell. Try to throw that one in there sneakily.
Shudo. On the off angle for Brute Force. They have 8 eliminations here. They needed 23, so they need 13 eliminations total. Not out of the question. There are still enough points in the lobby for them to be able to rack that up, but they need to get all 5 of these.
Because they exist within the 7.
They need 13 points,
all...
which means they need 13 eliminations, which means they need 5 more eliminations, which means that they are 5 more people that they can eliminate in this lobby.
Would that take them above it?
That would be tiebreaker.
They started at 178, right?
Yeah, 178, and it was 201 is the target, which means 23 points would do it.
Right.
So if they can get every single one of these eliminations...
That would be crazy if they can get every single one of these eliminations. I highly
But
doubt it.
unfortunately, Besiktas get 2 of them, because then they get 2nd place.
Yeah.
It's kind of likely he could get pretty far in this as well. They're going to know exactly where he is, though.
Five eliminations, huh?
That's what's
as
necessary.
soon as someone dies, it's over.
That's true.
There we go.
And that's to heroic.
Yeah.
So there's no
But
longer...
now it's done.
Team Spirit means that they are getting those 20 bonus points for week number 2. Our 1st place and most likely our 2nd place locked in. Oh dear, Brute Force. They are going to put those nades on through, and you've got to think Akali goes down to that one.
No!
Oh, so sad. Third place. Quite enough to get 148.
No eliminations either.
Very sad. 5 points.
Went up towards... Oh, this would be really sad if they do take down Heroic. But, yeah, unlikely now.
Well,
with losing one player in Neos.
Chudo's pretty
Chudo's
powerful.
a great player, but...
Here we go. He's ramping up. He's got one. Ducks back in. Does he have the utility to make this work for Brute Force? They have 9 eliminations on this match. They were a little bit far behind on the chase, but there's no way that they can add up what they need at this stage. Neos goes down.
Nice bounce as well.
Chudo the last to go. Closer to the edge, but I think he might have a vehicle there. Niels bleeds away. Hassan, not rezzed. Chudo really doesn't want to let that happen. Sprays in through the smoke, but Volt looking for an off angle. He's challenging. A long nade. He's got 4. Dips back, goes for a wind up. Long range. Can he crawl out of the way in time? A little bit short there, but he can step forwards and go for it again. Another one high into the sky. That's called out. He might need to reposition. They can stick the res now. 2 nades left.
I think I would have probably saved some of these nades. Again, he's in a 3v1, so I don't think I'm anyone to backseat him right now. I think this is must be very frustrating as well for Brute Force. I don't know if they know. Well, they definitely don't know. So Chudo's probably playing his heart out, thinking that potentially if he wins this 1v3, they take first place. And it will be an incredible result if they're able to do it. I think they will have put up the most amount of chicken dinners I've seen in quite a while. Over 2 days.
They were somewhat in contention for overall leadership, but Team Spirit really turned it on in these last 2. Well, the match before this one, this time around, it was only 2 points they got, but still.
Hello.
Oh, Ragnarok spots him. And being downhill, he does have the center of the circle. With the cover off of this tube, as long as he's not stepping into it, and he can dodge these nades.
A Grozer as well.
He has a bit of a chance. That one goes long. That goes high up into Volt. Bite bounce gets a half HP. Goes for the spray. Now it's going to get pinked down, and it is just going to go the way of Heroic. I feel like that's kind of the way that match should end, with Heroic finally getting something on the board, a chicken dinner going their way in the last match of week
they're
2.
so happy about it as well.
And he's pretty happy about it. It's a little bit too late. They get 19 points, I believe, on the end of that one. And yeah, I feel like that's an appropriate response to that. They've been pretty cheery over the course of week 2, and I think their spirits are high still in the Heroic camp.
Yeah, they've done their best here, and honestly, I'm happy that they're still happy as well. Right? They've not thrown everything to the wind. Here's a couple of our highlights here. At the end of the day, Biscay just beating the hell out of everyone in the lobby. Apparently, we'll drive by. That was mean. It's okay.
Not the easiest of things to deal with. Here are Fireflux on their miraculous run to take the top of the tiebreaker of the 148 massive.
I mean, to be fair to Brute Force, they did everything in their power, and they almost did it, right? They almost did it. If they didn't get these 2 eliminations for Team Spirit, it might have been slightly more doable.
Bang.
Yeah, that was probably my favorite play from the whole game.
Big dunk. That was the elimination that sealed the deal for Brute Force not to be able to achieve the top spot. They needed every single point left in the lobby, and it was denied them. But they still got highest damage with Chudo up in the top spot. Icy taking that most eliminations. The Moneymakers were really brutal on that last match. They had a great time of things there. And I feel like the MVP spot might just be up for grabs if things go their way. I'm not too sure if it's going to be a Brute Force player or a Moneymakers player today. Could even be actually Team Spirit.
It could be Team Spirit. It definitely could be Team Spirit, but I don't know. I really don't know. 20 points there for Heroic. Moneymakers walking away with 18 and Brute Force with the 15. almost happened, and I think they did a great job considering their position. IWNRX were able to put up 7 points for 6 eliminations, but really, IWNRX come away from this week feeling very dejected. I was expecting a lot more out of this team.
Yeah.
And we know that they can do a lot more as well. Just looking at some of their crazy TDM matches, their gun skill is nigh on unbeatable right now. But tactically, something's wrong.
Something's up. Something's amiss. They'll need to take this opportunity to find that break, to find their feet again, and see what more they can do with it. On a similar vein, DA today, disappointing so far. I mean, we talked about them as a very consistent team, but it just didn't feel like they found their feet when it mattered. They were just a little bit short of the mark towards this final day, and it is a little bit disappointing because I've really liked their play style, and it is a difference notably to the rest of the lobby, and the fact that it faltered today I think doesn't take away from that, and I'm hoping that next week they're going to continue to be quite strong in those positions, but they're denied that power this time around, and I think that's going to see them up into 3rd place, I believe, with that 1 point. Power were chasing behind them and only managed to get 2.
Yeah, it's very nice. A little interview here on the stage.
Nope, wrong. We probably
it's us.
Yeah, it's us. So, Blank, how do you feel about
John,
Heroic winning? No, I've already started, actually.
No, I'm the interview.
No, because I'm on the left.
Because we know
and
that
the interviewer was on the left as well.
Okay. All right. I mean, that was pretty fast.
That was a lot of damage from both of us there.
Yeah.
But the Moneymakers got the most damage in that game.
Yes, they did. Yeah, they did that. I think Moneymakers did a great job. They're so inconsistent, though. I feel like weird, isn't it? Betting on Moneymakers doing well is like using a gambler machine.
Oh, fully. It's a coin toss every single time.
It's a 100% coin toss.
You just don't know. They either do well or they don't. It's 50-50, right? But I'm thinking about MVP. I'm thinking about MVP.
Not really do well or they don't. Yeah, stop that, John. It's daily winners.
Okay, all right. But I am still thinking about MVP.
Thank you,
production,
for stopping, John. It is.
They can't stop me. 148, 148, 148, 148. That's what I'm thinking about constantly. It's on loop. Erangel and Miramar. 2 chicken dinners for Team Spirit to see them at the top spot, which is unfortunate for Brute Force, right? Unless Team Spirit stepped up in the way that they did today, that would have gone a different direction entirely.
Again, I think this is the point I wanted to bring up, is that it's not a case of Moneymakers they do well or they don't do well. They don't do well or they do ridiculously well.
Oh, yeah.
3,507 damage, 19 eliminations over on Erangel there, and then capping off the day with another 14 elimina. They have crazy games, and then they have crazy bad games.
I wonder where that sees them on the tables, because that's a lot of points they've added.
Yeah, well, there you go. Let's have a look at the overalls, and you can find out there, John.
I will be looking. I'll be looking at several other things as well, but here we go. 201 was the mark for Team Spirit. Brute Force fell just short in the end. DA still up in 3rd as week 2 closes. Power sit just behind them. Virtus Pro eking out a small lead, and you're right. Look at that. The tiebreaker was in fact the placement points for Fireflux.
Wow, I love that. That is so nice. 148, 148, 148. I think there is 2 more 148s underneath this.
I think there is
or is it just the one
3D Max.
Because it was Virtus Pro who got the tiebreaker. I think it's just one. I think it's just one more 148. But congratulations to Team Spirit and a huge comeback here from Brute Force. Digital Athletics consistent. Can't complain about their performance this week. I think they did a really good job and brought themselves back into the fold, considering last week just wasn't as good as this. Feel bad for Power Esports. Sad that they were knocked out from that top 3. I think they did a really damn solid amount of work this week. And I think there's a lot of teams, even in EMEA, that just didn't really think that Power would do well during this tournament. And they've proved them wrong.
Oh dear. That was Al bad.
Al had you.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Better.
Okay, yeah, maybe. There's that final 148. block there, 3D Max, will be taking that 9th place on the tables, a little bit lower down than we'd like to see them, but still some bonus points accrued. Besiktas behind that by 3. They weren't able to jump up there and ladder over. Twisted Minds behind that. And the Moneymakers, there they are in 12th, 135, and beating the Gladiators on... I mean, I guess it's another final match position tiebreaker. But good thing we know about these rules, right? Because it's 135 apiece, same placements, same limbs for the Moneymakers and the Gladiators. And because the Moneymakers finished in... What was it at the end? 3rd place, I think, in their last match.
So they survived longer.
The Gladiators will have finished in a position, I guess, lower down than that in their last match.
Yeah.
Which will be the overall tiebreaker. IWNRX 134 in 14th place, and there are the bottom 4 displayed. Heroic, not able to climb out with that chicken dinner.
No, sadly not. Still in 17th place. Onyx Ravens pipping him to the post. I'm glad to see it. I mean, Heroic. Yes, they're able to cap off their week, but I don't think they deserve the 16th place spot, honestly. I still think they have things to improve on. So do Onyx Ravens, 100%. But I still like some of the plays that Onyx Ravens is making. You also have to consider the fact that Onyx Ravens has been rotating alongside with IWNRX all week, and a lot of their rotations pass through that team. Who have shown to be unreal when it comes to gun skill. So if anything, like Onyx Ravens is sort of getting a crash course in 4v4s during this tournament.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. That's seems to be something that I've enjoyed about the Onyx Ravens, though, is their ability to adapt to those things when they are given the learning material to do so. I think that there's only one thing left for us to figure out, though, at the end of today, and it's today's MVP, Blank. And I feel like after looking at what they were able to do today, it's got to be brute force, right? It's got to be brute force, or are you thinking Moneymakers? Which are you thinking?
Chudo.
You think Chudo? From Neos from brute force. Okay.
Neos from brute force.
I feel like that might be a good call. We'll take a look. And it is indeed Neos. 3.147 damage on the 3.147k damage. Hang on a minute. No, that's not
3k
pi.
damage.
That's not quite pi. It's 3141, etc. But yeah,
stop taking random values.
It's nearly 1,000 pi. It's close.
That's such a human thing of you to do. Stop it. But yeah, it's a great result from Neos. Honestly, very, very happy to see it. I think he's been sort of deserving a position like this for a while in the MVP spot. Sad that he won't be able to challenge a team going through to next week, but he deserved the most valuable player. I mean, they had a great run of it. And honestly, I think coming back from what was a pretty dismal start to this week, they'll be really, really pleased with 2nd place.
Yeah.
And I don't think they should at all feel bad about not getting first.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it's still only that 1 point difference as well. Brute Force in week 1, I'm just taking a look back at their result. They finished in 5th place. So they've managed to get quite a lot of bonus points for that. They got 16 with 2nd place. They'll add on another 19, which of course, as we all know, when you add it up, brings you up to 35 points, I believe. That might be wrong. I think I'm right, though. 35.
I'm just going to believe you. I'm not in math capability
on
right
the bonus
now.
points. Team Spirit, though, they're going to be up on 39 points, coming 2nd in that first week's games, and 1st, obviously, this week around. So they're going to be a little bit ahead. But you know what? Jason and Max need almost 20 of those points.
Wait. Let's take a look at the bonus points. So you didn't have to do any of that maths.
I'm so smart. I'm confident. 100%. I'm going to close my eyes. I know.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
We're having a look at week 2 here on the bonus points.
Oh, just week 2. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so they are sorted by week 2's rankings. Okay, we see both of them, and they are added up. It is 35 for Brute Force, just want to say, and 39 for Team Spirit. But the order is not in the overalls, it is on the week 2 rankings. So you can see their Virtus Pro in 5th. That is because they finished 5th this week, but they have more bonus points overall than Power Esports.
Yeah, I think that this is nice to see. Brute Force with 35. Virtus Pro coming with 31 and S2G with 31 as well, surprisingly. But, some of the teams that I've been commentating for a while, John, that we've been commentating for a while, up towards the top, it's nice to see. I'm really pleased to see Virtus Pro, Brute Force, as well as Team Spirit really high up on the tables. Enigma Galaxy, I'm going to throw them in there as well. I like that team. 27 points, 8th place. It's not bad. It's not terrible. Still things that can be improved on, but pretty consistent between both weeks, 14th and 13th place in terms of points.
I'm a bit disappointed in 3D Max.
27.
I'm a bit
I'm
disappointed
with 3D Max.
It's 7 the first week. Week 2, 12. I mean, it needs to be...
They got better, though.
That's true, as opposed to the 19-point Regnum Kalyabra Esports, who got worse significantly. And IWNRX on 27.
20 down to 7 bonus points.
That's a big gap, big diff.
It's pretty gross.
And now
4 points for Na'Vi.
Let us look upon Na'Vi and weep, for they saw that their kingdom was fallen.
Yeah, that's bad. It's bad. It's not good. It's not getting better.
No.
Either way, pretty good result from Team Spirit.
Oh yeah.
Brute Force. I think Digital Athletics, really have dragged themselves back out from that bottom side of the table, which is lovely to see. It's been a great week.
I was a little bit disappointed in DA today. I think I covered that during the overalls. But they will have another week to accrue more points, more bonus points as well on next week's games. We'll be taking a 2-day break, Monday and Tuesday. You guys can rest easy. You don't have any homework for those days. But as come Wednesday the 29th, we will, of course, start week 3, the last week of the league stages, the last chance for these teams to accrue those overall standing points and those bonus points. Their last chance to unleash the beast before they try and qualify for the finals. Of course, Monster Energy, our official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. You can find out more about that at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And we can take a look at what has happened, of course, if you head over to our socials. If you guys want to keep up to speed with everything, it is at the bottom of your screen now. Be quick. It's going soon. Make sure you check it out faster than that. I can see you dilly-dallying. Make sure you're checking it out. If you don't, you'll miss your opportunity. Let's take a look as well at our survey because, of course, we want to hear your opinions on everything to do with the PMSL EMEA. If you have any suggestions, if you have any thoughts, you can mime along to the broadcast as well, like Blank, as we want to hear your opinions about what's been going on. My name is John Allen. With me has been Blank. We've absolutely loved week 2. Team Spirit sit atop the pile. Can anyone dethrone them? We'll have to wait a few days for that, but make sure you stay tuned for more PMSL EMEA.